Good morning. Um, We will go ahead and call this meeting to order, and I will turn it over to Monica to call the roll.
Tanya Fairley,
Present.
Megan Ellis,
Present.
Kelly Funk,
Present.
Dr. Yolanda Jimenez, absent, Colette Kavanaugh,
Present.
Tamika Miller.
Present.
We have a quorum.
And now we'll turn it over to our presiding judge.
All right, thank you. So we'll go ahead and proceed to the notice to show cause regarding Hierarch Barbering and Cosmetology Apprentice Academy. Do we have, I believe, the respondent is appearing by WebEx. So do we have anyone representing Hierarch Barbering and Cosmetology?
Jeff Stone, the Attorney General's office. I've been in communication with Marcus Larson. The attorney.
Oh, yeah. If you could use the microphone on your table. Thank you.
Jeff Stone.
So press the button. There you go.
Now we're ready?
Yes.
Third time's the charm. Jeff Stone from the Attorney General's office representing the board. I've been in contact with Marcus Larson, the attorney for respondent, Hierarch Barber and Cosmetology School, owned and operated by Jason Lee. Marcus Larson says he appears to be in the meeting on the WebEx. He said he's had trouble. There we go. He said he's had trouble uploading some exhibits to Case Center, but otherwise should be present.
Okay. So Mr. Larson, I think I saw you wave. Can you hear us okay?
Good morning, Your Honor. Marcus Larson, Grant Genovese and Barada. I can hear you. I can see the room. We've had a horrible time getting the respondent into this meeting. He's been locked out all morning. We've also had a horrible time getting exhibits uploaded, but we are present. Happy to chat. Thank you.
So is Mr. Lee present now, or is he still having trouble getting in?
He is having trouble getting in. He is in the office with me, and we're hoping to get him in on his own device here. And I am hoping that the court will allow me to articulate a threshold objection to jurisdiction.
Well, before we do that, let's make sure we could get your client in, and we're not even on the record formally. So I want to make sure we can get your client in.
Thank you. So he was following the same link I was given, and it worked for me. And he keeps getting the notification that he is locked out of the meeting.
This is the moderator. Mr. Larson, is your client using the browser or the application?
I'm using the application.
He's using the application.
All right, thank you very much.
It keeps telling me you can't join the webinar because it hasn't started yet. Try again later.
The notification he's getting is that the webinar won't let him in because it has not started yet, and to try again later. That might indicate he's not being routed to this particular meeting.
This is the moderator again, and you said he was using the same link that you entered the meeting with?
Yes.
All right, thank you so much. I'll figure it out.
Thank you.
All right.
It's the,
This is the moderator again. I don't have any restrictions on your client, so would at this point might it be preferable to have them dial into the meeting?
looks like I'm in.
I believe he's okay, I think he's in. You got to click on join webinar. I think it's letting him in now. If you give us a sec here, I think we're making progress.
All right, we should have Mr. Lee with us. Mr. Lee, you can mute and unmute at your discretion.
Mr. Lee, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we're having some audio issues here. I'm trying to get my headphones to work here.
Okay.
With two devices in close proximity, headphones are probably an excellent idea.
Can everyone, can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Okay. We're just
Okay.
gonna go without headphones.
Thank you.
Just to let you know, your audio is coming through on Mr. Larson's device, which is perfectly acceptable. Just be aware of that.
Okay.
Yes, Mr. Lee, if you could turn your video on, please.
See ya.
Lower right.
See. Just to do that.
What happened to your screen? I apologize, but he had audio, but for some reason he's hitting a snag with video now.
At the moment, only Mr. Larson's device is unmuted. Mr. Lee's device is on mute. And then at the bottom, you should have a button in the center that says Start Video.
Yeah, it's on my application, bottom footer, no problem. I see it. But on Mr. Lee's, it's just a black screen that says WebEx. It doesn't show anyone else's video. It doesn't show that option at this point. I'm not sure what would make the most sense if that's not going to work. We could have them come around the table and share my screen. It's a little less genteel, but we'll do what we need to do here.
Yeah, that might be the way to work around it if necessary.
In the upper right-hand corner, there is a button next to the X for expanding the screen. Is it possible that
This is his device. All it says is WebEx. So I have the buttons you're talking about, and they're working fine on my desktop, but it's just not working on Mr. Lee's device.
understood?
Sorry about that.
All right, so Mr. Larson, would you please have him join you on your camera?
Yes, I will do that. Mr. Lee, could you please bring the chair with you?
All right, are you ready to get started, Mr. Larson?
I am, and I appreciate everyone's good humor. We have to keep our sense of humor in this business.
Yes. All right, so let's go ahead and go on the record. So we're on the record before the Apprentice Appeal Committee of the State Board of Barbering and Cosmetology, Department of Consumer Affairs, State of California, in the matter of the notice to show cause regarding Hierarch Barbering and Cosmetology Apprentice Academy, Jason Lee. It is OAH number 2025-040-867. My name's Corin Wong. I'm an administrative law judge with the Office of Administrative Hearings, and I've been assigned to sit with the committee this morning and let the record reflect that a quorum of the committee is present. If I could have counsel state their appearances for the record, starting with counsel for the board.
Yes, thank you. Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning, board members. This is Deputy Attorney General Jeff Stone appearing on the behalf of the Board of Barbering and Cosmetology, Department of Consumer Affairs.
Good morning, counsel.
Good morning. Marcus Larson of Grant, Genovese, and Barada. I'm specially appearing on behalf of the Hierarch Academy and Jason Lee.
Good morning, counsel, and let the record reflect that Mr. Lee is present with Mr. Larson. All right, Mr. Larson, before we went on the record, you mentioned you had, I don't recall if it was a motion or objection you wanted to raise. So if you'd like to go ahead and do so.
Thank you, Your Honor. We have a threshold jurisdictional objection that we have relayed in writing to Mr. Stone prior to today. But I don't believe that the board has heard it yet. So I would like to walk through it on a high level here. This is a special appearance this morning. We are respectfully disputing jurisdiction of the BBC over this particular apprenticeship program and this enforcement action in particular. We object to the order to show cause and the hearing in generally as an encroachment on the jurisdiction of a sister agency, the Department of Administrative Standards. And therefore, today's hearing lacks a statutory foundation. This apprenticeship program is governed by the Shelley-Maloney Act, which is the operative statute that applies to all apprenticeship programs. It's a 1939 statute that is part of the Labor Code. And it's part of the Labor Code because it is in the workforce where apprenticeship happens. It's not just a school. It is in the workplace, and therefore it's under the jurisdiction of the Department of Industrial Relations, rather than the Consumer Affairs Division of Administrative Oversight. The Labor Code at bottom grants the Department of Apprenticeship Standards jurisdiction over all of these programs. And it does not allow for a sister agency such as the BBC to encroach on that. That's nowhere in the Labor Code. It's nowhere in Title VIII. This particular proceeding is kind of an interesting case study on this because it appears to center on certificates of completion, which are exclusively governed by the DAS, and there is no actual statute that gives the BBC jurisdiction over that. The Labor Code at Section 3077 says that each apprenticeship shall be approved by the chief, which is the DAS officer, pursuant to 3078.5. But when we get to 3078.5, it reads at subsection 4, terms of these programs shall be set forth in the program standards and shall be subject to approval of the Division of Apprenticeship Standards based on appropriateness of the measures for apprenticeable occupations to which they apply. This doesn't leave room for a sister agency such as the BBC to come in and essentially say, hey, we're gonna govern this too, me too. Under the canons of construction, when a statute gives one agency authority and leaves out another one, that's the rule. And that's what we're left with. We can't imply some allowance for still other agencies to go and occupy the same space. Now, this is underscored more in Title VIII, which makes clear and supports the exclusivity of the labor code under section 224 thereof, which states certificates of completion of apprenticeship shall be issued under the authority of the California Apprenticeship Council by the Division of Apprenticeship Standards. You see the pattern here. There's one agency that's endowed with this authority, and the BBC is not that, respectfully. It's not the entity empowered to issue certificates of completion or to govern apprenticeship programs. And therefore, you know, we got to ask, well, okay, what is the BBC operating under? And I know it believes, probably in good faith, that it's operating under Title 16 of the Code of Regulations. However, a regulation derives its authority from a statutory predicate, which respectfully the BBC does not have here. And, you know, that's the rule in Government Code 11342.2, which provides no regulation adopted is valid or effective unless consistent and not in conflict with a statute. You got to have a statute first for the regulation to have legs. And where there's a conflict, the statute always wins. Therefore, even though the BBC likely believes in good faith that it has jurisdiction here, that doesn't make it so. Having a regulation on the books somewhere, even that doesn't make it so if it's in conflict with a real statute, in this case, the Labor Code, which makes abundantly clear that the hierarchy is governed by the DAS. And the hierarchy is governed by the DAS. It's approved by the DAS. It's also approved by the Federal Department of Labor. So at bottom, the DAS has the statutory predicate for authority over this apprenticeship program. The BBC does not. Now, real quickly, if that's the statute, but you know, there could be other grounds for authority to enforce here if there was a contract, but there isn't. The hierarchy holds a contract with the DAS, and they're in a contractual relationship. So that if the DAS is mad at the hierarchy, they can enforce what they feel they need to enforce by statute and by contract. But both are lacking here with the BBC. Now, there's just a little bit of additional history to tack on here. This isn't the first time that the hierarchy has bumped into kind of an administrative agency's overreach. And in 2021, it was wrongly targeted over tuition by not the BBC, by the BPPE. However, the BPPE was operating with the information provided in a bulletin posted by the BBC that suggested some tuition limits that exceeded jurisdiction. And Mr. Lee had to fight that in 2021. And the DOJ finally got involved, and through the involvement of its attorney, Molly Selway, it was later confirmed that the hierarchy was right, the bulletin was flawed, and the BPPE lacked jurisdiction in that instance. But the issue came up again in 2023 and 2024, and DOJ supervising attorney Marichelle Tahimic also intervened and upheld the hierarchy's exemption in that instance. So it's this bulletin that's been on the books for a few years now. It keeps causing administrative snafus, and it keeps causing problems for the hierarchy. And up through today, the Department of Justice agreed with the hierarchy in its jurisdictional analysis, and that's, you know, that's part of the record. But we now know that, you know, some other programs weren't so lucky. Some of them have been fined thousands of dollars based on this bulletin that has erroneous jurisdictional information in it. And the reason, you know, that's very interesting from a legal perspective for a lot of reasons. But after being troubled by this for years on end, in December of 2024, Mr. Lee and the hierarch finally said, guys, enough is enough. And he wrote the BBC and said, will you please correct the erroneous information in this online bulletin because it's confusing students and it's frankly confusing the administrative agency's offices. And he sent that on December 20th, 2024, and he received no response to that request to this day. Rather, less than 19 days later, the BBC retaliated by issuing this notice to show cause. And, you know, one doesn't need to be a legal scholar to see that that timing really stinks. That's not a good look. And it looks like pretextual retaliation. And with all due respect, that's what we believe this is. So having said that and having recognized that really this whole pretextual action is to enforce a certificate of completion called A8 under the BBC. And these A8 certificates lack a jurisdictional predicate or foundation for any enforcement at all, because it's the DAS that has the exclusive authority to enforce those and not the BBC. So we are here appearing specially. We wanted to register this jurisdictional objection and these points. They have been given to council. If we were able to upload exhibits, they would be there too. I appreciate this opportunity to be heard. And we invite the board to adjourn for the day and take these points under consideration and dismiss this case based on the lack of jurisdiction and lack of a statutory predicate. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Larson. Mr. Stone, do you wish to respond?
Yes, thank you. This argument has been made by respondent a number of times, and it's a mischaracterization and misstatement of all of the laws cited and all of the facts. From the beginning, they say that Labor Code Section 3075 subdivision A states that 3075 subdivision B states the Division of Apprenticeship Standards shall be the only agency authorized to approve apprenticeship programs in the state. But I'm reading it now, 3075 subdivision B states, for purposes of subdivision A, the apprentice training needs in the building and construction trades and firefighter program shall be deemed to justify the approval of a new apprentice program only if any of the following conditions are met. It has nothing to do with the jurisdiction. In fact, jurisdiction for these apprenticeship programs is shared. It's shared by the DAS with the Board of Barbering and Cosmetology. And in fact, local education agencies are also involved in this process. There is no exclusive right and obligation of the Department of Industrial Relations or the DAS that they are the only ones who can monitor and approve or withdraw approval of apprenticeship programs. In fact, the DAS relies on the Board of Barbering and Cosmetology to evaluate its standards regarding its apprenticeship programs. And the completion form is submitted to the Board of Barbering and Cosmetology because it's the board here that understands exactly how that's done. The DAS has authority over apprenticeship programs, generally speaking, of all of the apprenticeship programs of the agencies and boards in California. They have their obligations and responsibilities, rights and duties. They oversee, they monitor according to their standards. But when it comes to the operation of the apprenticeship program, it is this board that sets those standards by regulations, and it's this board that monitors that, and it's this board that can approve or disprove whether that apprenticeship program is following the rules set by this board to make sure that apprentices are trained appropriately, treated appropriately, and meet the standards, the minimal standards, in order to take a test for licensure. And this board relies on the partners, the apprenticeship programs, to partner with the board to make sure that these apprentices are getting the education and training that they need in accordance with the regulations that have been adopted. And in this case, that is clearly not so. If it wasn't for this board and this board's ability to hear this notice of show cause, which has been set up by the regulations, then the respondent would continue to file whatever paper he wants to the board, whether they're true and accurate or not, without recourse at all. And that simply cannot stand.
All right, thank you. Mr. Larson, any further argument, or is the matter submitted?
Almost, Your Honor, and thank you. What I heard Mr. Stone quoting was a different statute. I think he was quoting 3075B, and that wasn't what I was quoting. And I was really quoting 3077.5. So a little disconnect there. As far as the lack of jurisdiction goes, I mean, we've hit the other points. However, I heard him say we're talking about regulations here, which is exactly what I warned the board about. What I did not hear, he said, we the BBC are relying on regulations. What I did not hear is we the BBC have a statutory predicate, because it doesn't. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Larson, I missed the statute you quoted. If you could provide that again, please.
Yes, Your Honor. I mean, in my run through, I quoted 3077 and also 3078.5, and that is, of course, combined with Title 8, Section 224. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Stone, is the matter submitted?
I'm just looking up some of the statutes he's referencing now. And I still don't see in the statute where he says that the labor code, that the DAS is the only agency authorized to provide any oversight, discipline, withdrawal, otherwise of an apprenticeship approval.
All right, thank you. Is the matter submitted, Mr. Stone?
The matter is submitted.
And Mr. Larson, is the matter submitted?
Just one point, the agency named is the DAS in the statutes I cited and in Title 8. The agency not named is the BBC, and with that I submit.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions before by any of the board members, or excuse me, any of the committee members? All right, seeing no hands. All right, thank you, Mr. Larson. What I'll do is I'll take the matter under submission, and the board, the committee will decide it as part of closed session. Another matter you mentioned is difficulty uploading documents, and I may have determined why. I'm hoping I did. I think what happened is on OAH's side, they affiliated you and Mr. Lee with the complainant bundle rather than the respondent bundle. So I just fixed that. Do you want to try to re-upload or upload the documents that you are wanting to submit?
Yes, Your Honor. If you're taking the matter under submission, if we could have the day to submit those, and I could get some technical help on my end.
Well, I'm not going to take the whole matter. Well, what I'll take under submission is the objection, and we'll proceed with the hearing since we're here for the hearing. I'm happy to take a 5-10 minute recess for you to try to upload your documents if necessary, and to see if, you know, what I changed is what the problem was preventing you from uploading your documents. Do you want to try that at this time?
Yes, please. Why don't we
All
do
right.
that?
And Your Honor, sorry to interrupt, but I received a copy of those documents from Mr. Larson at 9 o'clock, and I asked my assistant to upload them to Case Center so that they would be available for review. So the documents he submitted to me, we have uploaded for reference as well. So
Okay, so let's go ahead and
it
just,
may not be in the right space. I'm not sure where my assistant uploaded them, but they should at least be available for purposes of the hearing as needed if they can't upload them.
okay, so let's go ahead and take a 10-minute recess at this time. It's 9:35. Let's go ahead and come back at 9:45. And then just give me a status data update at that time, Mr. Larson, to see if this process is working. Thank you.
Thank
We're
you.
off the record until then.
Thank you.
Mr. Larson, are you back on the line?
Yes.
Okay, were you able to upload documents?
Well, it looks like I have some documents numbered H2 for hierarchy H2 through H7. I can see them on a screen within the WebEx application. I'm not entirely sure how to share them on the screen with you all.
Oh, it's not necessary to share the screen because I'm in Case Center now. Let me check with you. So it looks like, Mr. Stone, the documents that were uploaded that you received are H2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Is that correct? Am I reading that correctly?
That is correct, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Larson, are those the exhibits, all the exhibits you're wanting to upload, or were there additional?
There was one additional, and it was really just the written statement on jurisdiction that I had thought was going to be H1. I don't see that here. It's something I emailed to Mr. Stone yesterday afternoon.
Okay, so, oh, go ahead, Mr. Stone.
Excuse me. That has been provided in the board's packet, the main packet submitted by the board, which has attachments 1 through 8. That should be in I think that might be in the attachment 6 of the board's documentation. The board submitted the paperwork that it has received from respondent so that the board would have it available regardless of respondent. It looks like
And is that in Case Center, Mr. Stone?
yes.
I wonder if Mr. Stone could specify the page, and because I have that all in one big packet online, and I just haven't found it yet. I'm sure it's there somewhere.
It says statement regarding the jurisdiction. Let's see if I could find that.
Attachment 6, master A106 through A108, A109, excuse me.
Okay, Mr. Larson, did you catch that?
I heard it, and I see something at Master 106, but it's not what I No, this is not it. This is something different. It's quite a bit older from definitely prior to my involvement. So this is an earlier communication from Hierarch. It's not what I sent yesterday. And
Okay.
I'm sure that's inadvertent, this is sometimes these exhibits get unwieldy, and I appreciate, I'm sure.
All right, so why don't we do this? How long is that? How many pages is your statement?
I believe it was 3.
Okay, why don't we, is it possible to start with the hearing? And then while we're in the hearing, do you have someone who could upload that document during hearing, or are you by yourself?
No, I will attempt to do exactly that. Let me find the correct version, and I'll have my assistant try and upload it. She was hitting some roadblocks this morning, but let's see if we can get this one in. And then we can just make this an additional exhibit. So she can be working on that while we proceed, Your Honor.
Okay, I did one more search and I wanted to see if this is it. Okay, I didn't see anything through the search. So yes, let's go ahead and proceed that way. Thank you. So let's go ahead and go back on the record. So we are back on the record, and after our break and before we just came on the record, I confirmed Mr. Larson was able to upload some documents to Case Center, but there is another document that he didn't have a chance to upload, and it's my understanding he'll have his assistant attempt to upload that while we proceed with the hearing. Is that correct, Mr. Larson?
Yes, thank you.
And just to confirm, the other documents that you wanted to upload are currently you see them in Case Center?
I do. It's H2 through H7. Thank you.
Perfect. All right, thank you. So with that, we'll go ahead and proceed with the hearing. Mr. Stone, do you wish to make an opening statement?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor.
Whenever you're ready.
Respondent Hierarch Barber and Cosmetology School, owned and operated by Jason Lay, is an apprenticeship program sponsor operating pursuant to board authority. This hearing is brought pursuant to California Code of Regulations, Title 16, Section 913.1. This section provides that the board, upon notice to show cause, may withdraw its approval of respondent's program if he is not conducting his program in compliance with the laws and regulations of the board. Business and Profession Code Section 7404 provides discipline for unprofessional conduct, which includes incompetence or gross negligence, which includes failure to comply with generally accepted standards, disregard for the health and safety of patrons, also failure to comply with the requirements of this chapter. Also, failure to comply with the rules adopted by the board for the regulation of establishments or any practice licensed and regulated under this chapter. Also, the making of any false statement as to a material matter in any oath or affidavit, which is required by the provisions of this chapter. Now, California Code of Regulation Title 16, Section 924, subdivisions A and B provide the responsibilities and obligations of respondent when attesting to the certificates of completion for his apprentices. Respondent has committed acts of unprofessional conduct through multiple and ongoing violations of Section 924. The evidence establishes that respondent's practices included providing pre-signed certificates of completion to apprentices in his program, that allowing the apprentices themselves to complete the required information on the board's completion forms, and affixed his signature to certificates of completion with stamped or photocopy signatures, as opposed to required original signatures. In fact, you will see some where he signs and attests to the completion of the program prior to the program even being completed, or the apprentice or trainer even signing that form. In some, respondent has the policy and practice of submitting unlawful and even fraudulent certificates of completion. The board's enforcement chief, Addison Beach, will testify regarding the facts and circumstances he encountered when reviewing many of the certificates of completion attested to by respondent. Mr. Beach will also testify regarding his communications with respondent concerning these allegations, and you will be provided with respondent's written responses as well. Throughout, respondent has never addressed the multiple issues regarding his completion forms. Rather, he complains that the board has no authority or right to act on his transgressions. Respondent is mistaken, and the evidence you're about to hear will establish the violations outlined in the notice to show cause and illustrate that the board should withdraw respondent's approval in order to ensure statutory and regulatory compliance and to fulfill its duty to protect the public, its highest priority. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stone. Mr. Larson, do you wish to give an opening at this time?
Briefly, Your Honor, thank you. The Hierarch is an award-winning program, and it is duly certified by the DAS and the Federal Department of Labor. It has helped hundreds of students get jobs and placements in community working salons, and they are under, how do I put this politely? The Hierarch has fixed by and large most of its hiccups with some of these certifications, but its real burden here is its position is that the BBC actually hasn't really provided it guidance, and in fact the enforcement standards have shifted during the time the Hierarch's been in business and doing this, which it has been for quite a while. So Mr. Lee is here to speak to some of this, and he's here to point out that, with the certificates in question, either those deficiencies were addressed, or, those students are now out working in the workforce successfully and grateful for the Hierarch's program. These do not rise to the level of egregious to the point where the program should have its certifications revoked by this board or any other body. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Stone, your first document or first witness, please.
Thank you. The first document we would like to address and submit, Your Honor, is marked in the board's packet as number 1. It is the notice to show cause. And we would ask that the notice to show cause at attachment 1, it is a 14-page document. We ask that that be admitted into evidence for jurisdictional purposes.
Right, the notice to show cause is so marked. Mr. Larson, any objection to 1 being admitted for jurisdictional purposes only? Oops, Mr. Larson, you may be muted, or if not, we cannot hear you.
Thank you. We have already articulated the jurisdictional objections and subject to that, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, so what I'll do is well, I guess what I could do is we'll go ahead and the objection as to 1 will be overruled, but that's not a ruling on the underlying argument. I'm not ruling on the motion or objection you made earlier today, if that makes sense. So the ruling is limited to the admissibility of Exhibit 1.
Understood, Your Honor.
And 1's admitted for jurisdictional purposes only. Mr. Stone, your next document or first witness?
Thank you. Moving on to another document. have in the board's documents attached as attachment 7 is the February 10th, 2025 letter to respondent, basically acknowledging his request for the hearing. And we would ask that attachment 7, the hearing confirmation form, be admitted into evidence for jurisdictional purposes.
All right, the February 10th, 2025 correspondence is marked as Exhibit 7. Mr. Larson, any objection to 7 for jurisdictional purposes only?
Subject to the same, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, understood, and will be the same ruling. 7 is admitted for jurisdictional purposes only without ruling on the underlying motion. All right, objection. Mr. Stone, your next document or first witness?
Thank you. I would like now to draw your attention to the board's packet at attachment 8. Attachment 8 consists of the various notice of hearing documents relating to this case. It was originally set for hearing back in April. Respondent requested a continuance. That continuance was granted by the board, and the hearing was set for today's date, time, and place. The notice of hearing went out and was served, notifying respondent of today's date, time, and place of hearing. And we would ask that the attachments in Exhibit 8 regarding the notice of the hearing be admitted for jurisdictional purposes.
Same response, Your Honor. Subject to that. Thank you.
Thank you. So the documents will be marked as Exhibit 8, and 8 is admitted for jurisdictional purposes only under the same reasoning as the prior exhibits. Right, Mr. Stone?
Thank you. At this time, we would like to call Addison Beach.
All right, Mr. Beach, if I could have you raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you will provide in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. You may put your hand down. If I could have you start by stating and spelling your full name for the record, please.
Yes, Your Honor. My first name is Addison. That's Addison. And my last name is Beach, Beach.
Thank you. Mr. Stone, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Could you please tell me your current employer?
Yes, I am currently the enforcement chief with the Board of Barbering and Cosmetology.
And can you please tell us your duties and responsibilities as the enforcement chief?
As the enforcement chief, one of my main responsibilities is to, as always, ensure the health and safety of our consumers. Under the enforcement unit, we have a series of inspectors, we have cite and fine analysts, and we have complaint analysts. One of our main duties is to investigate matters that are of a concern. And so with that, in partnering with special investigations and on-site investigations, that is one of our main goals.
And can you tell me your background with the board, when you were initially hired, and basically what you've been doing for them up to today?
Yes, I initially started my time with the Board of Barbering and Cosmetology as an AGPA complaint analyst. That was in April of 2023. And as time went on, I promoted to the Staff Services Manager 1 position in the enforcement unit. And most recently, I then also promoted to be the enforcement chief.
And I think you told us what you do as enforcement chief, generally speaking. With your tenure with the board, have you been trained and educated in the statutory and regulatory requirements in relation to the board?
Yes, from the very beginning of my career here, as a complaint analyst, one of our main responsibilities is to verify that allegations we receive are within the board's jurisdiction to enforce. And so starting at a complaint analyst position, it was quite an experience seeing all the different allegations that we get from the complaints that are public and anonymous, and then also verifying what type of inspections are warranted, and then also determining the results of those inspections once they come back to the home office. So verifying what the allegations were to make sure they're within the jurisdiction, and also verifying what our inspectors found in the field to determine if there is a warrantable site or if it's an educational offense.
Do you have any involvement regarding the apprenticeship program at the board?
Yes, when I was in the staff services manager one position as the enforcement manager, we had a vacancy happen where our desk investigator who oversaw the apprentice program moved on. And so that gave me the opportunity to learn a new facet of our industry. And so for about the last year, year and a half, I've been very involved in learning about the apprentice program, learning the ins, the outs, understanding who we share authority with. And so every day we're learning something new. So I work very closely with the program.
And can you tell me a little bit about how the apprenticeship program for the board works?
The apprentice program is a very unique facet of our business. For individuals who are interested in becoming a licensed barber or a licensed cosmetologist or even electrology, there is an opportunity to, rather than going to a traditional school, people will have the opportunity to enroll as an apprentice. One of the beautiful things about the apprentice program is it allows people to earn while they learn. Whereas a current barber or a cosmetology school, you have to do 1,000 hours of in-school instruction. The apprentice program requires you to work between 216 and 220 hours of related supplemental instruction. And that is known as RSI. And with that RSI, you are in a classroom setting. It should be around a couple hours per week. And then the remainder of the apprentice's time, once they're licensed, they should be completing 3,200 hours of on-the-job training. That 3,200 hours of training is essential for the apprentice to actually learn the skills and to learn the trade of being a barber or a cosmetologist. All of this has to happen in a licensed establishment. And so that is pretty much the overall scope of what an apprentice's duties are.
Now, I understand that the apprenticeship program is operated in conjunction or in relationship with other agencies. Can you tell me or tell us a little about how the board works with other agencies in the apprenticeship program?
Yes. So the board shares, we share authority, we share jurisdiction with two different entities. First is the Division of Apprenticeship Standards. The Division of Apprenticeship Standards, known as DAS, they are responsible for implementing the standards. And the standards of each program are what the program sponsors are required to operate by. We also share jurisdiction with a local education agency. This is an agency that is an overall entity that oversees the RSI. So all the instruction that happens in the classroom setting, that is what the local education agency partners with us on. And with the board, we are the licensing entity. So as the licensing entity, we make sure that the apprentices are operating in compliance, that they're being paid the minimum wage, that they're on workers' compensation insurance, that they're being treated as an employee. And also the minimum 32-hour work week is being fulfilled and that they're not exceeding that 42.5-hour work week.
Now, when an apprentice completes the program of a sponsor, do they submit a completion form with the board?
Yes, the responsibility, once the apprentice has completed their 3,200 hours, and I should have mentioned this earlier, within their 2-year time frame, an apprentice has 2 years to complete all of these requirements. Within this 2-year time frame, once the apprentice completes those requirements, they will then go to their trainer and they will go to their program sponsor, and they should be getting a completion form provided to them by the program sponsor as it states in our regulations. Once that completion form has been provided and the signatures match up, that we make sure that all of the curriculum was covered based on their on-the-job training, they're then qualified and available to apply for a license examination.
You may have covered this, I'm not sure fully, but generally speaking, what are the types of requirements for certificates of completion for apprentices?
I'm going to refer to my notes just so that way I get the hours and regulations required. Specifically in regulations 914.2B, there is a 2-year period of 3,200 hours. I'm going to scroll forward to 921.1, where there's 2,600 hours of technical instruction and practicing hair dressing. That includes hairstyling at 95 hours. That includes permanent waving and chemical straightening, 40 hours, and 210 practical operations. We also have an option of hair cutting, which is 20 hours of technical instruction and 300 practical operations. We also have 200 hours of technical instruction in health and safety. Our laws and regulations, that is 20 hours of technical instruction, and our health and safety considerations are 45 hours of technical instruction. Moving forward, we also have the option of 200 hours of technical instruction on aesthetics. And then we also have a manual, electrical, and chemical facials, which can be 25 hours of instruction with 65 practical operations. Granted, this is going to be specifically for a cosmetologist apprentice license.
So after an apprentice completes their education and training, what do they do in terms of what the board requires?
So once they get to the point in their program where every month they should be monitoring their on-the-job training logs, and every month they should be reconciling those, and they should be giving them to the program sponsors. And as the program sponsor, they should be monitoring the number of hours that the apprentice is actually completing. A 2-year period at times can be hard to, have oversight over to make sure that people are on track to complete the program. Sometimes people will have to conduct certain types of services on mannequin heads. So that way, at least they get that instruction, they get that training. So the program sponsor will be collecting those hours and telling them, hey, for an example, you're low on hair cutting, you need to focus on hair cutting this month. So it is their responsibility to make sure that all of these hours are being fulfilled.
And at the end, at the completion of the program, there is a board form that is a certificate of apprentice completion. Is that correct?
Yes.
And is it required that the program sponsor signs that?
Yes.
And is required that that be original and not a stamped signature?
Yes. Specifically on section E, no stamped signatures accepted is available at the right before the signatures are available in those fields.
And the program sponsor is to sign that at the end of the training, and the signature of the program sponsor under penalty of perjury attests that all of the information in that form is true and accurate. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, did an issue arise with you regarding respondents' certificates of completion?
Yes.
And how did that occur?
So I'm going to reference some of the attachments that we've provided in the notice to show cause, and I'm going to slowly walk through them so that way people have a little bit clearer understanding about what I'm referring to. If at any time I need to stop or repeat anything, please let me know. I am going to start with attachment 13.
Okay, and then just it's a bit of a guide here. In case center, that attachment is attachment 13 to attachment 2, and that would be at page A31.
In your books, under tab 2. Yes, if you have the board packet, it's okay. Alrighty, do we all have okay, great. So the board received a certificate of completion form for an apprentice applying for examination. And once we received this completion, a deficiency notice was sent out. In our licensing unit, every time the board receives an application for an apprentice that has a deficient completion form, a deficiency notice is always sent out. This will help the program sponsors say, hey, there was a mistake here, this needs correction, or if the hours aren't completed, another deficiency will be sent out. So this all occurs in our licensing unit. On attachment 13, a couple situations were noticed where there was some concern. First, under section B, practical hours and operations completed, there was a total number of hours as 3,200 hours completed and 220 hours of related training hours. We also have the date training completed was October 31st of 2023.
Excuse me, Addison, can I stop you for a moment? Can you reference the name of the one you're looking at when, which exhibit you're talking about? Oh, I see. It says attachment 2 over here. My apologies. Is that the one you're on, attachment 2?
Attachment 13.
Attachment 13?
Mine is not numbered 30.
It's at the top.
They're at the top.
Oh, attachment 13. Okay, thank you.
Okay. So on attachment 13, I'm just going to kind of rewind a little bit. Okay. So the total OJT was 3,200 hours. The related training hours was 220. And this document attested that the date the training was completed was October 31st, 2023. If you go right down in section B where it says on the job training hours and operations, this section was submitted completely blank. No hours, no operations were identified whatsoever. So that was the first grounds for a deficiency on this specific completion form. Moving down a little bit further to section E on attachment 13, where it says applicant, sponsor, and trainer certification. Just to mention, there is a check one where the apprentice has or has not met the course curriculum and requirements. This says that they have, but we, the undersigned, certify under penalty of perjury under the laws of the state of California that all information contained herein is true and correct. No stamped signatures are accepted. This is going to be a common note on each of these completion forms. So here we have the signature of the apprentice. We have the date. Moving down, we have the apprentice trainer with no date of signature, with no date. So that's the second grounds for deficiency. And then we have the signature of the program sponsor. And so on this right here, you can tell that it is stamped. And as I move forward in this, you'll see this same stamp at the same time. Also, the date is different. We have 10/3/2023. So the fact that we have the apprentice program sponsor stating that it was completed on one date, the apprentice was allegedly completing it on 10/31. So we have two different dates.
So on the certificate of completion form, it's signed by the program sponsor respondent almost close to 30 days before it was signed by the apprentice as being completed.
Yes.
And then what did you do, if anything, in response to noticing these deficiencies?
When we receive these types of completion forms, we will put a deficiency notice and we'll email it to the actual submitter. So if it be the program sponsor or if it be the actual apprentice, they will be notified within our timeframes that there was a deficiency and what the instructions are to complete that deficiency.
And do you know what happened after that notice of deficiency regarding this particular?
Yes. Yes. So for this one here, I'm going to go to attachment 14, which is on the next page. And on attachment 14, we received a second attempt at submitting a completion form. So on attachment 14, we now have, I just want to make sure everyone's on the same, okay. So under section B, we now have the same number of hours, 3,200 for the total OJT hours completed. We have 220 hours of the related training hours completed. And now we have a blank date training completed field. If we go down, we now see that there was hours and operations. In this notice, one of the violations that we cited was that for hairstyling, 930 hours and 930 operations isn't normal. So that's one thing that we definitely did raise a red flag for us for. And then I'm going to skip down to the section E again, the applicant, sponsor, and training certification. As it states, no stamped signatures are accepted. And here it appears as though the respondent, his signature of program sponsor is the exact same as the attachment 13 that I just spoke to you about. And the date is the exact same as well, 10/3/2023. And now we have the completion dates as 6/20/2024 as attested by from the apprentice and the trainer. So now between these two, we have conflicting dates.
So noticing the discrepancies in these completion forms at 13 and 14, what, if anything, did you do at that point?
At this time, we issued a second deficiency notice, letting them know that we're still having issues. These areas of the forms were wrong, or there was a conflict from the first one. So we gave additional instructions to go back, try it again, and let us know how, and we look forward to helping. And typically when we get these, we're more than happy to expedite, just so that way the apprentice in good faith can, get on their way to their examination. So I'm going to move on to the next form, which is going to be, it's not going to be attachment 15, but it's going to be attachment 16. So I want to make sure we're all on attachment 16. Okay. So for attachment 16, with this completion form, we now received some additional concerns as under section B, practical hours and operations completed. Total OJT hours completed. This number has now risen to 4,362. The related training hours remain the same at 220. And now we have a different date training completed as 10/30/2023. Whereas if we go back to attachment 13, it was October 31st, 2023. So to move forward for the on-the-job training hours and operations, the hairstyling, the permanent waving and chemical straightening, the hair coloring and bleaching, and the hair cutting, these numbers are all different from what was submitted on attachment 14. The numbers have all risen. So now we have a different discrepancy in numbers. To move down, again, we have an issue where under section E on the completion form, applicant, sponsor, and trainer certification, the signature of apprentice appears to be stamped as it is identical to attachment 14, same as the trainer, and same as the signature of the program sponsor.
And after receiving attachment 16 to Exhibit 2, what, if anything, did you do?
Once we receive multiple completion forms where there's a concern, our licensing unit will bring it to enforcement's attention. So that way we can either do a couple different things. We can offer customer service to figure out how we can help them with the form. Sometimes they can be confusing to some. But for this, by the time that it was brought to our attention, we did issue a discrepancy notice, letting them know that, hey, there's some additional issues here. Things aren't adding up. And by that time, we had received attachment number 15, which is going to be the next form that I go to. I apologize that the pages are a little bit out of order, but it made sense at the time. So for attachment 15, this was the fourth attempt that we received for the completion form. Under section B, the total OJT hours has now decreased to 3,200 hours. The date training completed has remained the same as 10/30. And lastly, the section E applicant sponsor training certifications has the same signatures stamped with the same dates.
And what, if anything, did the board do at that juncture?
So at this point here, we did contact the respondent and the apprentice requesting the on-the-job training logs, just to verify that the hours completed were completed. By receiving the logs will tell us that they did complete the hours. And if not, proofs of payment. And unfortunately, they were unable to provide those to us. And once seeing this issue here with the completion forms, our licensing unit did bring it to our attention that there is a very common signature for Mr. Lee to use. And this is what caused us and really prompted us to take a look back at some of the old applications to see if this is an ongoing issue.
And in taking a look at those, if I could please draw your attention, it's in Exhibit 2, into the board's packet. If I could bring your attention to Attachment 1 at Exhibit 2. Is that one of the certificate completions regarding respondents program that you reviewed and evaluated?
Yes.
Can you tell me what the result of your review and evaluation was?
Yes. So not just including attachment 1 and also including the ones we've already talked about, but attachment 1, attachment 2, attachment 3, attachment 4, 5, 7, 8, 9, 10, all have the same exact signature stamped on the completion form.
Other than the stamped or photocopy signature, going back to Attachment 1 of Exhibit 2, were there any other issues that you found with that certificate of completion?
Not with this certificate of completion, no. It was the first one that we started seeing a pattern of the signature being stamped.
Okay. And Exhibit 2 also has that stamped or photocopied signature, correct?
Correct.
And were there any other issues, deficiencies, or discrepancies that you found with Attachment number 2?
At the time of this notice, no.
What about currently?
Currently looking at the hours and the operations for Attachment 2 under on-the-job training hours and operations. 1,020 operations and 650 hours for hairstyling and completing 430 permanent permanent waving and chemical straightening operations in 702 hours is also bringing some concerns.
In what respect?
For a standard operation in the industry, it's unlikely that a service that requires that much attention and time constraints, that these could be completed.
So from the board's experience, for example, with the permanent waving, 430 operations of that, 702 hours does not match in terms of the experience of the board.
No.
Would it be expected to be more or less?
It would expect it to be a high, it's a service that requires more hours to be completed correctly.
And then moving on to Attachment 3 of Exhibit 2, you've talked about the stamped signature. Were there any other issues, discrepancies, concerns that you had reviewing the certificate of completion that's of Attachment 3?
Yes. So in the next couple attachments, I'm going to be jumping around a little bit just to show comparisons from one completion form to the other. So for Attachment 3, I'd like to bring everyone's attention to, for Section B, the total OJT hours completed. We have 3,200 hours, 220 related training hours completed, and the date training completed was 8/1/2023. To be an apprentice, you're required to be in the program for a total of 2 years. If you are driven and want to complete the program sooner and work the maximum 42.5 hours per week, it is possible to complete the program in 21.5 months. Here we have the date training completed was 8/1/23. However, the expiration date on the apprentice license wasn't until 12/31/2023, showing that the operator or the apprentice completed the program before they should have. If we go forward to Attachment 5, I believe that's 2 pages forward, and you compare Section B, practical hours and operations completed, 3,200 hours, 220 related training hours completed, along with the same exact date training completed, with the same type of missing black lines underneath it, or as if there was a stamp where it was pre-filled out. That was another concern that we had.
What about attachment 4?
Oh, sorry, I'm just gonna, just one more thing.
Sure.
The other concerning thing that we've seen is that for the section B, the 3,200 hours, 220, and the date training completed, those are all typed in, or those are all stamped. Whereas the rest of the verbiage, the rest of the fields that are required to be filled out, those are handwritten in. The other area that's going to be typed out or stamped is the respondent's signature and the date it was completed. I'm still on attachment 3, but as you can see here, the date the training completed was attested to be August 1st, 2023. But the apprentice program sponsor respondent has the date here as 9/12/2022, almost a year ahead of schedule.
And did that signify anything to you?
It shows me that this was provided to the apprentice prior to the program prior to them completing the program.
And in that event, there's no way that the program sponsor could have evaluated not only this completion form, but the actual hours in the education and the training. There's no way that the program sponsor responded could have known that the training was complete and appropriate prior to the time that he either signed or stamped his signature on it.
Correct. And furthermore, under the on-the-job training hours and operations, the health and safety considerations claims that the person did 4,525 hours of health and safety, when the requirement, I believe, is 20.
Anything else on attachment 3 that you'd like to bring to our attention?
No, not at this time.
Attachment 4, moving on. Is there anything you'd like to bring to our attention on that you have not already addressed?
For attachment 4 specifically, the hours of the on-the-job training, only the signature. That's all I'd like to.
Signature on
Yep.
attachment. Okay. And then moving on to attachment 5. Have you discussed this one?
I briefly touched on it, but just to, show comparisons back to attachment 3, the same situation. The program sponsor had a stamped signature with a pre-stamped 9/12/2022 completion date. That's what the respondent attested to. However, under section B, practical hours and operations completed, we have 3,200 hours, that same stamp with that missing space below it, 220, and that the date the training was completed was 8/1/2023.
Moving on to attachment 6. Can you please tell me what your assessment was upon reviewing attachment 6?
So looking at attachment 6, one of the major concerns that we saw here was that under section B, we have 3,200 hours, or we have 3,360 hours completed. Basically, looking at the number of hours that was added to this form, the hours alone don't even add up. But now we have multiple different different number of hours. We also have a crossed out date, and we have 8/31/2023. We also have the program signature at the bottom, also stamped, also in the same position, same exact signature, but now we have his signature as 7/10/23. So this was signed almost a full month and a half, if not 2 months, before the alleged date training was completed. And as I mentioned before, the total OJT hours, the related training hours, and the signature and the date that was given by the program sponsor is all typed or it's stamped, whereas everything else is handwritten.
Moving on to attachment 7. Is this also a certificate of completion for one of respondents' apprentices?
It is.
And you reviewed this and evaluated it?
I have.
And did you find any discrepancies, issues, or concerns with attachment 7?
Yes. Yes. So if we can look at section B, practical hours and operations needed. As you can see, the 3,200 hours stamped time of number of hours completed, along with the 220 hours, is identical to attachment 6. 6 and 7 have the same OJT and related training hours in the same exact space. And the signature is stamped at the bottom of the page with the exact same date of completion, 7/10/2023, as also shown in attachment 6 and 7.
And moving on to attachment 8 of exhibit 2, can you tell us if there's any issues that raise concerns regarding the appropriateness or completeness of this
Yes.
certificate of completion?
Yes. So for attachment 8 and attachment 9, I'm going to be referencing both of those back to back. The first area of concern is that for the total OJT hours completed is just the number 3. And then for the date training completed, this is also handwritten in, when, except for the signature of the program sponsor, is stamped with the date of 10/3/2022. This shows me that the program sponsor completed this form prior to the date training completed of 5/9/2023. And everything else is handwritten in. Moving on to, or referencing attachment 9, you will see that the signature of the program sponsor is the exact same as attachment 8, and it has the same exact date as 10/3/2022. And additionally, the hours here are of a concern because they do not equal 3,320.
Should the on these completion forms, generally speaking, do you expect that the on-the-job training hours and operations, do you expect that the hours, when added up, will equal the hours where it says total OJT hours completed?
Yes, once all of the hours add up, minus the related training hours, the hours should meet the fulfilled requirements, and they should either be at 3,200 with a slight exceed, depending on the time frame of their license. But at no time should it ever be, at no time should the numbers be so low that they can't complete it. The number of operations should never be more than the number of hours. And all the completion forms that I've so far spoken to everybody about today, all of these did receive a deficiency notice and a request for correction.
And then moving on to what's been marked as attachment 10 to exhibit 2, is this completion, a certificate of completion for one of respondents' apprentices that you reviewed and evaluated?
Yes, attachment 10 is the same apprentice that I initially started off my sharing with you with attachment 13. One of the big issues that we had here that I've already discussed was that we had a signature of the program sponsor that was stamped. The date completed again was 10/3/2023. However, the apprentice has 10/30/2023. And as I mentioned previously, the number of hours, 4,362, going back and forth from 3,200 hours was also a concern.
And can you tell me what attachment 11 is to Exhibit 2?
Yes, for attachment 11, this is going to be what our deficiencies that we send out look like. For this one right here, for January 24th, you'll see a variety of different issues that we found with the completion form and what the instructions are to complete them. And they'll have a point of contact to give us that fulfilled information. Attachment 11 is related to attachment 4. So if you would like to compare and contrast both of those, you'll see exactly what the completion date situation is and what laws that we're referencing.
So attachment 11 is basically an example of a board response to deficient certificates of completion. In this case, the attachment 11 is the letter that went out in reference to attachment 4.
Yes.
Moving on to attachment 12. Can you tell me what this is?
Yes, for attachment 12, we have here a photo of one of the forms. This is how the correction was submitted. And here we again have for under section B, the practical hours. We have 3,200 hours typed in, pre-filled, with also 220 hours pre-filled. However, it looks like the apprentice also hand wrote 3,360. So we have conflicting numbers there. And we also have here the date the training was completed was 8/31/2023. This handwriting is consistent throughout the entire completion form. It is the same handwriting from my perspective for the signature of the apprentice, which was 10/4/2023, the signature of the trainer, which was 10/4/2023, and the program sponsor had the same handwriting for 7/10/2023, which was actually done about a month and a half before the training was completed.
Moving on to attachment 13.
So after starting, we started with attachment 13. This apprentice is the one that really contacted our enforcement unit saying, we have a concern. Can you take a look into this? And after looking and working with attachment 13, 14, 15, and 16, simultaneously, we started doing a deep dive into verifying what was happening here, to see if there's some way that we could correct this and to see if there was a missed instruction perhaps. But the more and more we looked, the more and more we found the concerns that I just presented. After we discussed, the number of hours for this apprentice, ME, that's when I was contacted by the program sponsor.
Are you referring to attachment 17?
I am.
And can you tell me what attachment 17 is?
Attachment 17 is an email from Jason Lee to myself, hoping to give proof of the apprentice's due diligence.
And what do you mean proof of apprentice's due diligence?
That was the title of the email. And the reason this email was sent was because after we received 4 different attempts at submitting one completion form accurately, we then requested the on-the-job training logs to verify the number of hours were completed.
So basically, you were requesting of ME and of respondent to provide the backup or contemporaneous documentation relating to the training of the apprentice?
Yes, the on-the-job training logs will give substantiation and, evidence and proof that they were in fact in the establishment. They were in fact doing the services, and they are qualified to take the exam. And
then following attachment 17, there is a number of what appears to be text exchange. Was that provided to you?
Yes, so for attachment 17, following the page of the email, we've also included the attachments that the respondent provided to me regarding this. And some of the things that were specifically said in the email was, I spoke to this apprentice at length last night, and together we were able to dig up text messages that prove she was doing her due diligence since October of last year. And the respondent also says that I have attached text messages to this email for me to view. And one of the biggest concerns that we saw in this, I'm just going to read a small portion of it, but what Hierarch, Barbering, Cosmetology said to this apprentice was, I don't know how the accommodation thing works. You'd have to talk to PSI. When you fill out your paperwork, make sure that you put the numbers that go above the minimum requirements. The board is really trying to crack down on people that only put the minimum requirements for each category. So once I was provided this information, it did prompt me to really take another look at what's going on, where there was a concern that the apprentices aren't actually completing their on-the-job training. They're not meeting the requirements of the apprentice program. And as you can see here, the conversation does go on further. But that's one of the areas that I did want to highlight, where the program sponsor is instructing the apprentice to fill out their own form and make up the hours so that way they can take the test.
So was it your impression there, I guess, on the first page with the text on it, following the email of attachment 17?
October, Feb to October.
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Yes. Was it your concern at that point that respondent was communicating with at least this apprentice that they should or could put in numbers that were not the actual numbers of the training, but the numbers that that respondent thought the board would like to see?
Yes. And at first we thought, oh, maybe it's an instruction that we need to improve. Maybe it's a process and procedure that we can further train our program sponsors on. Seeing this text message where they're blatantly telling the apprentice, add more numbers, that way the board doesn't catch on. That's where that was a concern.
And after receiving the email from respondent and these text messages that he provided between himself and the apprentice, do you have any further communication with Mr. Lee about this particular apprentice?
I wouldn't say on August 15th, and this is going to be on page 13 in the actual notice to show cause. There is a voicemail transcription that the program sponsor and respondent left me, and there was a couple concerning things where they were asking for a favor for us to overlook this and to let them take the examination. Allow the apprentice to take the examination.
So here,
And this is on page 13 of the notice. I want to make sure everyone's.
yeah, the notice to show cause is exhibit 1 or attachment 1 to the board's binder here. And it's page 13 of the notice. And there is a transcription towards the top of the page. And did you do that transcription?
No, when I don't answer the phone at work, my Outlook system will automatically transcribe the voicemail for me. And so, as I said, so I'm just asking for this favor, please. It's a little too much at this point. The student has been trying for several months to get this right. More than happy to, accommodate the board with other students, but just this particular one. And so after seeing that voicemail,
What was your understanding of the favor that the respondent was asking for?
from what
Black's Foundation.
I'm sorry, could you go ahead and repeat the objection, please?
Objection lacks foundation. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Stone, your response?
I just asked what his understanding is of the message when the respondent was asking if there could be an exception and to do a favor, what his understanding was of that request.
Mr. Larson, anything further?
Nothing further. Thank you.
Objections overruled. So you could answer to the extent you had an understanding.
To simply put it, my understanding was to allow the apprentice to take the exam without fulfilling the requirements of submitting the completion forms. We did not receive the OJT logs, so they were asking for a favor. Look the other way. That was my understanding.
And so you were never provided the background or contemporaneous training documentation regarding this apprentice?
The only information I had ever received about this specific apprentice that Mr. Lee was referring to was the completion forms that I previously discussed.
So you were provided nothing in addition to this?
No, that was not.
And the certificates of completion that we've been looking at, these are forms that are prepared by the board?
Yes,
And these are forms that are received or filed by the board, filled out by the apprentices, the trainers, and the program sponsors. Is that right?
these should be filled out by the program sponsors, and they can be submitted to the board by the apprentice or the program sponsor.
And I think you testified earlier that the operation of this apprentice program is done in the ordinary course of business of the board.
Yes,
Your Honor, I would ask that that Exhibit 2, the documents in Exhibit 2 be introduced as evidence for all purposes.
No objection.
All right. And I believe those are all the certificates, basically all the documents we were just discussing, correct?
Yes, from the certificates of completion through the email from respondent with the text messages that respondent submitted to the board regarding that particular apprentice.
Thank you. So those documents will be marked collectively as Exhibit 2. And Mr. Larson, did I hear you say no objection?
Correct, Your Honor.
Okay, so 2 is admitted for all purposes. Thank you.
Now, I'd like to draw your attention to Exhibit 6, please. Exhibit 6 appears to be a number of email exchanges between either you and board and the respondent. Is that correct?
these correspondences were sent to our executive officer.
And were you provided with copies of these in order to evaluate?
I was.
And tell me a little bit about what transpired that is basically between the respondent and the board that is referenced in Exhibit 6 in these communications.
Absolutely. So as Mr. Stone previously said in section 913.1, the board may withdraw the program sponsor's approval. Further down, it mentions a notice to show cause with very specific instructions on how to go forward with those. Specifically, I'm just going to reference what the instructions were for the hearing to contest the notice to show cause. If the apprentice program sponsor desires a hearing to contest any portion of the notice, a hearing shall be requested in writing to the board's executive officer within 30 days of the date of service of the notice. If a hearing is not requested pursuant to this section, the order shall go into effect on the date specified in the notice. So this is directly from our regulations and our board laws. So the instructions, once the document was sent to Mr. Lee was to reach out to the executive officer to either request a hearing. And the correspondences that you'll see before you were the response from the respondent to our executive officer.
And you've reviewed that attachment 6?
I have.
And is there anything in attachment 6 that addresses the actual allegations made in the notice to show cause regarding the deficiencies and issues with the completion forms?
Not that I've been able to see, so no.
Is it your understanding that generally speaking, respondent was complaining about the process or procedure of the board rather than addressing the actual allegations in the notice?
Yes.
I would ask that exhibit 6 be introduced into evidence for all purposes.
Objection, Your Honor. This has no
All right,
relevancy.
hang on. So let's go ahead and mark the correspondence collectively as Exhibit 6. All right, and what's the objection to Exhibit 6?
The objection is there's no relevancy whatsoever to the pending charges, as the witness just affirmed. This is purely the respondent responding to the procedures, which has since been updated and superseded by what I presented this morning. So this really adds nothing to these proceedings. I would ask that you leave it out.
Mr. Stone?
Your Honor, if there are statements made by respondent in response to the notice to show cause, they're admissible as his statements as to what they contain and to what they don't contain. And they're relevant, and the weight of that can go to triers of fact.
Mr. Larson, anything further?
Nothing further. I didn't hear any relevance to the charges. Thank you.
Right, the objection's overruled. Exhibit 6 will be admitted for all purposes.
Now, going back to attachment 3 or exhibit 3, the board's binder here, can you tell me what this is?
This is a correspondence from the respondent to our legal counsel with the Department of Consumer Affairs. And it looks like there were several different agencies attached. And this was a letter stating several things, specifically regarding retaliation and whistleblower, precedences retention, legal precedences supporting our position. It's a wide variety of statements.
So if exhibit 3 is a correspondence from respondent, Mr. Lee, regarding the notice to show cause, that brings us here today, is that right?
Yes,
And when you reviewed this in about the end of January of 2025, or shortly thereafter, was there anything in this document that you understood to relate to the actual factual allegations and deficiencies relating to the certificate of completion forms?
no,
I'd ask that exhibit 3 be admitted into evidence for all purposes.
Right, the respondent's January 22nd, 2025 correspondence is marked as Exhibit 3. Mr. Larson, any objection to 3 for all purposes?
Objection is relevancy. The witness just confirmed this has nothing to do with the charges pending today.
Mr. Snow?
Same response.
All right, anything further, Mr. Larson?
No, Your Honor.
Objections overruled and 3 is admitted for all purposes.
And looking at exhibit 5 in the board's binder here. Is that where we're on?
Mhm.
Excuse me, sorry. Oh, can you tell me what Exhibit 4 is? Sorry, take care of that.
Course. Exhibit 4 is a letter a plea of fairness and support for Hierarch Academy.
And did the board receive this letter? Do you know?
I'm not sure. I don't know that answer.
Okay, have you been provided this letter before?
I have.
And you've reviewed this letter?
I have.
So this is really basically just a correspondence received in the course of events from when the notice to show cause was issued until today.
Yes.
Moving on to 5, Exhibit 5. Can you tell me what this documentation was?
Yes, this documentation was part of a response to what I believe was the notice to show cause. And these are the first portion is going to be all attachments that were attached to the correspondence from January 1st, 2022, 2025. I'm sorry, January 22nd, 2025. With a similar letter as we previously mentioned with the attachments. This one had attachments provided to it.
Let me see if I follow. So in Exhibit 5, was there a cover letter that went with this documentation?
The cover letter was the actual Hierarch Barbering and Cosmetology Apprenticeship Academy, where it was dated 1/22/25 to Sabina Knight and Ryan Markroff. Sabina Knight and Ryan Markroff.
I'm sorry, which exhibit was just referred to? Sabina Knight, which one are you referring to, please?
So to clarify, Mr. Beach, it sounds like you're saying the attachments or the documents in tab 5 were attachments to the letter that is marked and admitted as Exhibit 3. Is that correct?
Yes, the letter was sent to us multiple times.
Okay. Does that answer your question, Mr. Larson?
It does, thank you.
Perfect. Thank you.
And in your review of the documentation attached as Exhibit 6, was there anything in that documentation that the board received that related or addressed the specific factual allegations in the notice to show cause regarding the deficiencies or issues with respondents' completion forms?
No.
And I'm sorry, Mr. Stone, I just wanted to make sure you referenced Exhibit 6. And is that what you intended and not Exhibit 5?
I did mean Exhibit 5. Thank you.
Okay. So if you would go ahead and re-ask the question referencing Exhibit 5, please.
In reviewing the documentation provided to you by respondent, it's in Exhibit 5. Did you find anything in there from respondent that addressed particularly the factual allegations in the notice to show cause regarding deficiencies or issues with his completion forms?
No.
And then moving on to Exhibit 6. I don't think we've addressed that one yet.
You did previously address 6, and it's been admitted for all purposes.
Excellent. Okay. And we've been through 4 and 5. Seven. And Okay. Um, in writing, or over the telephone, or in any other communication, has, respondent Mr. Lee ever addressed to you the deficiencies or issues that you found with the completion forms?
The only communications that were ever had was regarding the apprentice attachment 13, 14, 15, and 16. And as you can see, I received an email and a phone call voicemail for this specific notice to show cause.
Other than that, no other communications about those particulars?
No.
I don't have any further questions at this time.
Okay, Mr. Stone, just to make sure we're both on the same page. So we discussed 4 and 5, but they have not been moved. Did you want to move them at this time?
Not at this time.
Okay, I just want to make sure that was intentional.
Thank you.
Very good. Does the committee wish to take our morning break at this time before? Okay, so let's go ahead and take a 15-minute recess. It's 11:05 right now. Why don't we come back at 11:20? And we are off the record until then. All right, Mr. Larson, do we have you back on the line?
I'm here, Your Honor.
Very good. Your camera's, oh, there we go. Okay, thank you. Let's go ahead and go back on the record. Mr. Beach, I remind you that you're still under oath. And Mr. Larson, cross-examination.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Beach.
Good afternoon.
We, the apprenticeship program by and large is a 2-year program, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, these apprentices are in various workplaces, are they not?
Objection vague and ambiguous. Respondents apprentices?
Yeah, go ahead and rephrase, Mr. Larson.
I'll be happy to rephrase. I'm talking about apprentices generally, as they are placed in workplaces, different salons and the like. They are not all in the same place, even under one program sponsor. Is that generally correct?
I'm
Objection vague and ambiguous. Yeah. Compound.
Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Larson, if you'd rephrase.
Of course. An apprentice joins the program and is placed in some sort of salon to do their apprenticeship. Is that correct?
Same objection. And also incomplete hypothetical.
I'm trying to get the witness to verify these apprentices sign up for an apprenticeship program. Where do they go, sir?
The same objection. Also lacks foundation.
I think I know where you're going, Mr. Larson, but maybe take a step back and it might be more of a basic question to start with. I don't know if this is what you're looking at, but perhaps asking what an apprenticeship program is or something along those lines.
Well, sure. Let's try that then. Mr. Beach, what do you understand an apprenticeship program to be in this context?
An apprenticeship program is something that an individual can opt into and they can enroll in. And by enrolling, they're choosing to further their education and their career skills by, rather than going to a traditional school, they're going to an apprenticeship program where they're agreeing to work 3,200 hours of on-the-job training, and they're agreeing to work with the program sponsor who is under a local education agency. So it's the other side of education in our industry.
Thank you, sir. And where does the on-the-job training occur generally?
Can you repeat the question, please?
Yes. Where does that on-the-job training that you referred to generally occur?
The on-the-job training can occur in any licensed establishment that offers the services that the apprentice is required to complete. For
And
the
sorry, go ahead.
They are to do their on-the-job training in licensed establishments where services are offered that will help them fulfill their 3,200 hours of training and obligation and services.
And those licensed establishments vary from program to program and apprentice to apprentice, correct? It's not all
Yeah.
the same shop.
It's not all the same shop.
And even under one program sponsor generally doesn't send all of its apprentices to the same shop, correct?
Not all of the same as, repeat the question for me one more time, please.
Generally speaking, a program sponsor does not send all of their respective apprentices to the same shop to apprentice there.
Not always.
You would expect to see apprentices placed in many different licensed establishments, correct?
Apprentices should always be in a licensed establishment.
So more often than not, the program sponsor is not physically standing over each apprentice as they do each of their logged tasks that we were talking about in Exhibit 2. Would you agree?
Can you rephrase that question for me, please?
Yeah, we're looking at Exhibit 2. You have all these certificates of completion with subsection B in each of them that has different tasks and different hours totals. Do you recall that?
Yes.
So generally speaking, the program sponsor is not physically standing next to the apprentice as they log all of the hours that they record in that subsection B, correct?
No.
No, I'm not correct, or no, they're not physically with them.
No, the program sponsor isn't always there.
Isn't it true that they're typically not present when the apprentice logs those hours and actually performs the task logged?
Objection, vague and ambiguous, lacks foundation, calls for speculation, incomplete, hypothetical.
Mr. Larson, go ahead and rephrase.
I said, isn't it true that the program sponsor is almost never present with the apprentice while they're performing the task that they later log on the certificate of completion?
No.
That's not true. Or, I'm sorry, we might have had a double negative there. I'm not being argumentative, but are you saying it's not true that they usually are there physically with each task, or are you saying I'm correct?
Same objection.
So the objection is overruled. He's just seeking clarification of his answer. So you could answer the question, Mr. Beach.
I would say that each program sponsor works their program their own way. But for the most part, if an apprentice is working, they're on the job training, and the program sponsor is not the establishment owner, then the program sponsor could potentially not be there when they're conducting their services.
Thank you. We heard, I'm still looking generally at what the board is called attachment 2, which has 17 or so sub exhibits. We heard a lot about a stamped signature. Mr. Beach, have you ever seen a physical signature stamp?
A physical signature stamp? Can
That's the
you
question.
rephrase that for me?
Not really. It's a physical stamp that you stamp on a piece of paper and it imparts someone's signature. And if you're 53 years old like me, you've seen plenty of them in your time in business. I'm asking you if you've ever seen one.
A physical stamp signature.
A signature stamp, just like the old-fashioned date stamps that used to put on top of a document.
Yes,
That's
I've
my
seen
question.
those. Yes, I have.
You have seen them, haven't you?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, you gave some testimony about a stamped signature by Mr. Lee on almost all of these certificates of completion that are included in attachment 2. My question generally is it your testimony today that you believe Mr. Lee took a physical signature stamp and stamped it on this form?
Yes.
And you've
Yes.
never seen that date stamp of Mr. Lee's before today, have you?
Are you referring to the stamps that are on the completion forms?
No, I'm referring to the physical signature stamp that you just testified you believe Mr. Lee used.
No, I've never seen a physical stamp. No.
But that's what you believe happened here, that he took a physical stamp and stamped a piece of paper. Is that
I
correct?
do. Yes, I do.
Sir, have you ever made use of an electronic signature before?
I have.
And have you ever used DocuSign to sign a legal document?
I have.
And have you ever signed a piece of paper and saved that signature on your computer and affixed it to future documents when you saw fit?
No.
Never?
No.
So how do you go about signing a legal document then?
Objection, relevance.
What's the relevance?
The relevance is the statute says that use of a stamp is barred. There's no evidence that Mr. Lee used a stamp, and everybody in the legal field, whether it's buying a house, signing a contract, signing a settlement agreement, everybody makes use of a scanned signature. This is not rocket science.
So you're getting into argument. You're going beyond, you're getting into a speaking objection. Mr. Stone, anything further?
Nothing further.
The objection is sustained on relevance.
Mr. Beach, do you understand there to be some prohibition on scanning one's signature for a BBC form?
Can you rephrase that for me? That wasn't clear.
Yes, so I'm asking you if it is your belief that some regulation or statute prohibits someone from scanning their own signature onto a document.
I don't believe there's any regulation that states that.
Thank you. We had a lot of testimony about Mackenzie Erickson as an applicant, but actually, let me back and let's just take a look at it. Attachment 1 of attachment 2. I know that's a little confusing, but the board has these as attachment 2, and then there's 17 subparts. If you could just turn to attachment 1 inside of attachment 2, please. My question is, do you know who Shay Vasquez is?
No.
Do you know, but you see her as listed on the certificate of completion, attachment 1 of attachment 2?
Yes.
So as you sit here today, do you know what became of her apprenticeship? Did she eventually pass the exam and move into her field?
Off the top of my head, I do not know.
Flip into the next one, attachment 2. The name is Ifran Ali. And same question, do you know what happened to Ifran Ali and whether that person passed the exam?
I do not know if they passed.
And Flipping forward to attachment 3, there's an Oscar Labalos. And same question, did Mr. Labalos ultimately pass his exam and move into his field?
I don't have that data in front of me.
And just to close this out, jump into attachment 5, Nicholas Willis, same question.
I don't have that data in front of me.
And attachment 6, Janet Castillo Arista.
Same question.
Same question.
I don't have that data in front of me.
There's also attachment 7, Sarah Smith, same question.
I don't have that data in front of me.
Well, and there's several more. And I guess my question is, of all of the students that are listed in these attachments that the board has raised issue with, sitting here today, are you aware of any of them that did not pass their exam ultimately?
I don't have all of that data in front of me to give you a correct answer.
And sitting here today, are you aware of any of them that did not ultimately complete their apprenticeship program?
Can you ask that question one more time?
Yes,
please?
sitting here today, all the individuals whose names appear as part of the various certificates in attachment 2, are you aware of any of them that did not ultimately complete their apprenticeship program?
Based on the information that's been provided via the completion forms, these are submitted in the applications. And when these are submitted, these are attestations that say they did complete their apprentice program.
So I think I understood you correctly. You're saying that all of these students ultimately completed and advanced, correct?
As what it states on the completion forms, that's what was attested to. Yes.
So, I don't know, 4 or 5 of these certificates of completion centered on Mackenzie Erickson, and you've already testified a decent amount about that. Do you recall that, sir?
For the attachments, I believe, are you referring to attachment? Which attachments are you specifically referring to?
Oh, sure. Inside, I'll rephrase. That was a sloppy question. Inside of attachment 2, we have multiple certificates under the name Mackenzie Erickson. For example, 10. And that was the subject of attachment 11. And attachment 13. All of these are, you made a pretty good demonstration of what the board was complaining about through the certification of Mackenzie Erickson. And if I didn't already ask you, sitting here today, do you know if she completed her apprenticeship program?
After receiving the 4 different completion forms, that was part of the application that they certified that they did complete the program.
Thank you. Now, sitting here today, sir, are you aware that Miss Mackenzie's disabled?
I think you might have cut out. I didn't hear that question.
I think you might have, the end of your question may have cut out. So if you could go ahead and repeat your question, please.
Sure. Thank you. My question is, are you aware, sir, that Mackenzie Erickson is disabled?
I didn't hear that.
Are you aware she's disabled?
Objection relevance.
What's the relevance?
Well, it's the subject of attachment 17, which the witness already testified about, so it's pretty relevant.
Objection sustained.
Could we flip to attachment 17 then, please?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, I was looking at the wrong exhibit. Looking at 17, do you understand Mr. Lee to be advocating for Ms. McKenzie?
Objection calls for speculation, vague and ambiguous.
Mr. Larson, your response?
The witness already testified about this exhibit and drew some fast conclusions on it. I'd like to cross them.
What's the relevance of the question?
The question is, or the relevance rather, is Mr. Lee had good reason for advocating for her because of her condition.
That's a stain on relevance.
Mr. Beach, you had some direct contact with Ms. Mackenzie Erickson, didn't you?
I did.
And that wasn't entirely smooth, was it?
Objection, vague and ambiguous, argumentative.
And it's sustained as to use of the word smooth. Go ahead and rephrase.
That contact you had with her was not entirely friendly, correct?
Same objection.
Sustained as to vague and ambiguous.
Isn't it true that Miss Erickson called the police on Mr. Beach? Isn't that true, sir?
Objection, relevance.
What's the relevance?
The relevance is Mr. Beach was trying to investigate this aggressively, and it caused this particular student that they're making such a show about to go a little sideways and off the rails.
Mr. Stone, anything further?
No.
The objection sustained as to relevance.
Mr. Beach, you testified, and I heard you, or wrote it down, that with regard to some of the issues with the hierarch certificates of completion, you said, at first we thought we need more training. Do you recall that?
I do.
Thank you. Have you directed any specific training to the hierarch to remedy the problems that are complained of today?
Yes.
When and how, please?
As I've stated previously, every time we receive a completion form from an apprentice, this just isn't for this specific academy. This is across the board for all of our program sponsors. Our licensing unit will receive the application, which holds the completion form. If and when there is ever a deficiency or something wasn't filled out correctly, our licensing unit staff will directly reply back to whoever submitted it, and they will include the program sponsor and give a list of instructions and what the issues were. And I believe this was attachment 11, but before I finish that sentence, let me verify. Yes, attachment 11 is an example of what is sent every time we have a deficiency.
I'm sorry, I don't have 11 attachments. I only have 8.
I'm sorry. In attachment 2, it's for it's a letter. It's attachment 2, subattachment 11.
I'm there.
This right here is an example of what is sent. Depending on the deficiency or the discrepancy or something was mistakenly filled out, these are always sent. They might be different depending on what the violation or I'm sorry, whatever was submit wrong. And that way, that's our way of training and working with the program sponsors to correct them and give them reminders and remind them of what parts of the law we're referring to.
So is it your testimony then that for every violation, the hierarch was sent something akin to attachment 11?
No violate. There wasn't a violation. I misspoke previously. There was a discrepancy. Every time there's a discrepancy, we do alert the sender and or the program sponsor, depending on if the information is provided.
Maybe I'll try asking it a little different way. Is it your testimony that every time a deficiency is found on one of these certificates of completion, that the board sends a written notice akin to Exhibit 11?
Yes.
Can you tell me, please, why we only have one of them in this record and not all of them?
The reason we only have attachment 11 was to show an example pertaining to attachment number 4.
So you didn't think it was relevant to provide the entire administrative record for each of the deficiencies you were highlighting in attachment 2?
Objection, vague and ambiguous, speculative, lacks foundation, and also calls for attorney-client privilege information and attorney work product in terms of the evidence submitted.
Mr. Larson, your response?
Nothing privileged about it. It's part of the administrative record that they're saying they sent Mr. Lee. It's certainly not privileged. I don't understand the objection, but it was a logical follow-up question.
The objection sustained as to attorney-client privilege and attorney work product.
Well, I'm not asking for attorney work product. I'm asking for the administrative record that's part of this case.
No, what you asked is, you asked whether, basically why he didn't include all of them. So that infringes on potentially attorney-client, attorney work product.
Okay, I'll ask it differently. Appreciate that, Your Honor. Where are the other written letters akin to attachment 11 for each of these highlighted certificates of certificates of completion deficiencies? Where are the rest of them?
So we keep them in several different places here with the board. We will keep them in our online Breeze database, which holds all of our licensing and regulation requirements, criterias. We will also keep them, they do live in our inbox. So that way, if at any time somebody is out of office, the BBC Apprentice inbox will have all of that information. So that way, if an apprentice for some reason comes to the front window to provide us that supporting documentation, somebody can help them immediately and get that application processed. And depending on what the license file is and what the issue is, sometimes we may even save those documents in a case file.
But in this present action, you don't have it in the case file, correct?
Objection, as to the case file, I believe he was talking about a case file that the board has, not this case file.
Well, yeah, just go ahead and clarify, I guess, if you're referring to the case file that Mr. Beach referenced in his answer or a different case file?
The former, Your Honor.
I think you're asking basically why a copy of the other notices were not kept in the case file for this matter? Is that what you're asking?
I'm just following up what the witness just said, that it's usually kept in the case file, and I'm asking him where and why it's not here.
Well, there's a disconnect. So I'll sustain it based on assumes facts, not in evidence.
Well, the witness just testified. that it is
Mr. Larson, I'm not going to argue with you over my rulings. Your questions, I I think I know what you're asking, but I think you're assuming the definition of a case file. That's the
Yes.
problem.
And I appreciate it. I'm not trying to argue with Your Honor. I'm just trying to use the words that the witness just used and follow up. I'll ask it a different way. Mr. Beach, what did you mean a moment ago when you said the case file?
So depending if there's ever a concern with an application, perfect example is Apprentice from the attachment 13, 14, 15, and 16. When we started seeing a pattern and a frequency that these completion forms weren't turned in properly, and as I mentioned earlier, when the licensing unit notifies our enforcement unit, that's when we'll determine if we want to open up a case, if we want to open up a case file. Essentially, it's the same thing. This can be opened on our database systems or on our Breeze database systems. And it doesn't usually happen. It could, depending on the circumstances.
Okay. Just so that I mop this up. If you know, where are the other training memoranda that are akin to attachment 11 for the other violations alleged against Hierarch?
Objection asked and answered. I think
Sustained.
Okay, aside from the memoranda that is attached as attachment 11 to attachment 2, what, if any, other training or corrective instruction was provided to the Hierarch in the last 2 years?
In the last 2 years, I don't have that specific data in front of me to give a clear and accurate answer.
Okay. Let me ask you this then. Are you aware of any other instruction or corrective training provided to the Hierarch other than attachment 11?
Yes, I am.
What are they, please?
So, as I've shared, the Board of Barbering and Cosmetology, we share our jurisdiction with the Division of Apprenticeship Standards, and we share our jurisdiction with the local education agencies. In the last 2 years, to the best of my knowledge, the Division of Apprenticeship Standards has strongly encouraged committee meetings to occur. And so those should happen either monthly or every other month or potentially quarterly, depending on the nature of the program. So that's a really great resource, especially for the program to fulfill the requirements of their apprenticeship standards. So that's how DAS and Barber Cosmo works together. And additionally, the local education agency that Hierarch is under, Los Angeles Unified School District, recently has been partnering with us directly. So that way we can increase the passing test rates. And I know now they're working directly with each program sponsor, and they're having meetings and seminars and trainings. So
Thank you.
it may not
Go
be
ahead.
directly from Barber Cosmo, but collectively as a team, we are working together to make our program sponsors the best they can be.
I appreciate that, and I heard and tracked your answer that there's some DAS committee meetings and some local agency school district matters. So I'll make my question narrower this time. Aside from attachment 11, can you specify any specific training or corrective instruction provided to the Hierarch by BBC?
Yes, every time we get, like, as I mentioned, every time we do get an incomplete completion form, we do share what they need to do to correct it. And we give them reminders of the law. As I said, a great example is attachment 11.
So in that answer, you're referring to what we've already covered, attachment 11,
Yes,
existing in some other file somewhere, correct?
yes.
Thank you. We pull up exhibit 4, please. I believe, Mr. Beach, you already testified about what this is. This is a letter that someone wrote to the BBC supportive of the Hierarch program, correct?
Give me one moment. I'm just going to do a quick once over to verify. Yes, it is.
Thank you. Your Honor, at this time, we move this Exhibit 4 into evidence, which was provided as part of the BBC's file.
All right. Mr. Stone, any objection to 4 for all purposes?
No objection as administrative hearsay.
Mr. Larson, can it be limited to administrative hearsay, or do you really believe there's a applicable exception to the hearsay rule?
Business records, Your Honor. This is in connection with their licensing authority they're asserting in this case, so it would be a business record and exception to the hearsay rule.
This is not a document created by the board, so the business records exception doesn't apply. So 4 will be admitted as administrative hearsay.
Right, that's all the questions I have for this witness. Thank you.
Right, Mr. Stone, anything on redirect?
Nothing on redirect.
Right, do any members of the committee have any questions?
Yes. Hi, Addison. Tanya Fairley, industry member, salon owner, stylist. I do have a couple of questions in regards to the information that was submitted to us from the board. Just for some clarity for those who may not really understand the process of the apprenticeship program. Who places the apprenticeships in the salons for working?
It is the apprentice's responsibility to find their own establishment to conduct their OJTI.
Okay. And then once the apprentice is done, where do they take their OJT records to?
Every month, the apprentices should be reconciling their OJT records with their program sponsor. And over the 2-year time, those records should build up and tell us where we're at in the apprentices program of that life cycle. So once they've completed, they should be meeting with their program sponsor to make sure they've completed all their RSI. That's a 220-hour requirement. They're at their 3,200 hours and that their completion forms are ready to go and their applications ready for their final journey of sending the application to board.
So basically, the program sponsor is responsible for verifying the hours that are turned in by the apprentice, not the opposite way.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. Also, do you happen to know for hierarchy what their pass-fail rate percentage is?
Off the top of my head, I don't have a confident or accurate answer to give you.
Okay.
I can.
Okay, no problem. I have it.
Okay.
I heard council say earlier that they've had hundreds of students that went through the program, and the pass-fail rate basically indicates the overall how the student is learning. And the reason why we're here is because these hours were indicating that they were not correct. Am I correct? That's one of the reasons why we're here?
Yes.
Okay. So with a 34% overall pass rate from hierarchy in the year of 2024, would that be an indication, what would that indicate to you as these hours are turned in and the pass rate is at 34%?
When there's a 34% pass rate, that's alarming. These pass rates should be higher. And that right there is, yeah, it's concerning.
Okay. My next question is, his counsel notated that was talking about DocuSign and how the stamps how the signatures can be applied by DocuSign. If you take a look at, and we'll go back to the original one that we were talking about, Erica McKenzie Erickson, on attachment number, let me. I lost my question. Yeah, she starts at 14. Okay, so she's 10. Yeah, so here's 10. Okay, so if you look at attachment number 10, the signature of Apprentice. And then if you look at attachment number 13, the signature of Apprentice, are these the same signature?
These do not appear to be the same signature.
Okay. If you look at attachment number 10 again, with the signature of Trainer, and then attachment number 13, do those appear to be the same signature also?
They are not the same signature.
Okay. My next question is, in reference to the letter that was submitted, I think it was 11, from Jazz Western State Company. Which one is it? Tab 4, it's tab 4. Tab 4, the letter from Loretta Marino to the board in regards to hierarchy and Mr. Lee. Do we know the relation between this company and Mr. Lee?
Yes, we do. I believe this company is on his apprentice committee,
Okay, thank you.
under his apprentice program.
I have no further questions.
Hi, Addison. Member Funk here. With all of these examples of, or discrepancies of on-the-job training hours, would you attest that what we're looking for is that the students are adequately prepared to license, to study for and take the exam and work on our consumers, and not that we're looking to penalize the program sponsor, but rather that we're focused on the licensee getting what they deserve in these training hours?
Absolutely, yes.
Thank you. I think you've proven our concerns are correct. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Tamika Miller, also industry member. I have one question. You said you requested the logs. Did you ever receive those?
About 9 months later, the apprentice was able to provide the logs to us.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Right, any further questions from the board? Seeing none, Mr. Stone, anything further on redirect based on the committee's questions?
No, thank you.
Mr. Larson, any further questions based on the committee's questions?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Beach, thank you very much for your testimony. It's much appreciated. You're excused as a witness.
Thank you.
All right, okay. Excuse me. Mr. Stone, your next witness or next document?
For the witnesses at this time, maybe this is attachment 5.
Correct.
So it is complete file for the record and ask
All right, so as previously mentioned, Exhibit 5 are the attachments to respondents' January 22nd, 2025 correspondence, which is the correspondence is in Exhibit 3. Mr. Larson, any objection to 5 as administrative hearsay?
No objection.
All right, 5 is so admitted. All right, Mr. Stone, do you rest subject to your right to call respondent should he not testify? All right, Mr. Larson, now's your opportunity to present your case. First, I've been checking case center every once in a while, and I do not see any documents uploaded by your office. And so have you heard the status of that?
So, Your Honor, I'm looking at them. I see them on the case line website that we've just been drawing from. And I think that these are the documents I emailed Mr. Stone this morning, and I think his office put them on. They start at number 2 and they go H2 through H3, H4, H5, H6, and H7.
Yes, those were the ones we referenced before, but you mentioned there also was I think you said a statement that you sent yesterday to Mr. Stone that was not uploaded.
That's correct, and it's not here. And we've not been successful in uploading that while we've been in hearing. You know, I could certainly have it emailed to someone. I wasn't going to question a witness about it. That's really our statement of jurisdiction and law, consistent with my opening objection.
All right, so is it something that you believe the board should have when meeting in closed session, or?
Yes.
Is it, okay, so that means we need to get it somehow prior to closed session, which will be, after we conclude the hearing. So has your assistant been attempting to upload it and been unsuccessful, or?
That's my understanding since our last break, Your Honor.
Okay.
If we want to take 5, I can go check.
Yeah, why don't we do that? Just take 5 minutes for you to check on that and see if you could find out what the issue he or she's been encountering, because I don't show that there's been access to the system on your end during that time. All right, so let's go ahead and take 5 minutes. It's 12:05 right now. Let's come back at 12:10, and we are off the record until then.
Thank you.
Mr. Larson, do we have you back on the line?
I am here, Your Honor. I've been informed that we are told we're locked out and that the case is closed, and we've not been able to upload anything further. I was wondering, might there be an email address we could send it to get around that?
Let me check one thing. It shouldn't be locked. Let me inquire, is there a board or committee address, email you could use?
There is. Who should it go to? Should it go to, we have a board email address, we have. If it's confidential, that's open to like.
Okay. Stuff. Mr. Larson, is it a document that should be confidential?
No, Your Honor.
Oh, okay, so
Say it onto the microphone.
if you would, please.
I'll probably say it wrong.
Barber Cosmo at dca.ca.gov.
.gov.
Yes, as in government, GOV.
Photograph that and give it to Meredith. Okay, we're going to send that momentarily.
Okay, thank you. So let's go ahead and go back on the record. So just prior to going back on the record, we had a discussion regarding Mr. Larson's access to Case Center, and they're still having trouble. So we gave them an alternate address for the board. And so we'll look for that or keep our eye out for that, Mr. Larson. Thank you. And so your first document, or I guess would be your next document, or first witness?
Yes, Your Honor, and thank you for that accommodation. I do appreciate it. All right. Sorry, we're just getting that email teed up and sent to you.
Like, many copies?
Yes,
Okay.
please.
And can you tell me who it'll be coming from?
It will be coming from Meredith Crawford, MRC at ggb-law.com.
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Your Honor. The respondent will call Jason Lee.
Okay, Mr. Lee, if you'd raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you will provide in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay, you may put your hand down. If I could have you start, please, by stating and spelling your full name for the record, please.
Jason Robert Lee.
And if you'd please go ahead and spell that for the record, please.
JASONROBERT.
Great, thank you. Mr. Larson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Mr. Lee's sitting a little farther back from the microphone, so I think he was over enunciating. Mr. Lee, let's just briefly pull up Exhibit 2. Do you recall I asked Mr. Beach the status of the several students that were listed as part of Attachment 2 with their different certificates of completion? Do you recall that?
Yep. Yes, I do.
So, question, do you know, sitting here today, the status of Shay Vasquez?
Yes, I do.
Let me finish the question.
Right.
And whether or not she completed her
Okay,
apprenticeship.
hang on. There's been an objection. Mr. Stone, your microphone may not be on, or if it is, just if you'd move it closer. So there's been an objection based on relevance, Mr. Larson. What's the relevance?
Well, the relevance is these certificates of completion are alleged to be defective, casting doubt on the certification by the program sponsor. And the relevance is all of these students passed.
Mr. Stone, anything further?
Well, I can explain why it's irrelevant, but I don't think that's necessary.
All right, so the objection's overruled. I think it's relevant, but the weight of the evidence, I guess it goes more to the weight of the evidence rather than its relevancy. So the objection's overruled, and you may answer the question.
Do you recall the question, sir?
Yes, I do.
What's the status of Shay Vasquez's apprenticeship?
She's professionally licensed and she's living a better life, working at a high-end salon doing celebrity hairstyling for a celebrity hairstylist.
Thank you. What about Ifran Ali on Attachment 2?
Ifan Ali is a
Same objection, Your Honor. Relevance, whether or not they ultimately were licensed or successful is irrelevant. The only thing that's relevant is what respondent attested to on these forms he submitted to the board, not ultimately whether these people are good or bad at their job or licensed or not.
Mr. Larson?
Well, I just heard some discussion of pass rates, so I think the board found it was relevant at the time. This does affect that.
So what I'll do is overrule the evidence on relevance, but I'll sustain one based on cumulative. So rather than going through each apprentice one by one, see if you could capture what you're trying to establish more expeditiously.
Okay, Your Honor, I appreciate that. Mr. Lee, looking through the names on attachment 2, are there any of these students listed on these forms that did not ultimately complete the program and get licensed, to your knowledge?
To my knowledge, all of them complete the program, and all of the deficiencies were fixed, and they're living better lives now.
There was a question, Mr. Lee, about the pass rate of the hierarch in 2024. Could you tell me what the pass rate in 2024 was?
The pass rate in 2024, I can't tell you what that was off the top of my head, but I can tell you the current pass rate, what it is now as of today.
What is that, sir?
Currently, it's at 50% and climbing.
Why do you say and climbing?
Because the board only goes back every 3 months when it comes to pass-fail rates. So we expect the next 3 months to see a vast improvement in the passing of the exam, because I am hyper-focused on tutoring the apprentices myself one-on-one.
Thank you. We've had a lot of testimony about some of the discrepancies in attachment 2 on the various forms. Can you tell the board today what you have done to remedy that going forward?
I've begun to micromanage, and like Mr. Beach said, work closer with my LEA. His name is Oscar, and he is the head guy in charge for LA Unified School District. And we are implementing programs to help people that have a problem with the English language, our ESL people that we love so much. And we are getting them the training that they need, because this exam is difficult for them. So we want them to do well. We are also, again, doing unlimited one-on-one pass, just getting them to understand this exam better and getting them the training that they really do need one-on-one, which is very unique about our program.
Mr. Lee, what about quantifying their hours and tasks? Can you explain to the board what improvements you've made and how you're trying to assist your students with doing that correctly, both themselves, but also what the hierarch is doing itself to make sure it's right going forward?
Objection compound.
You want me to break that up? I will.
Go ahead, please.
Yeah. First, tell me what you're doing to instruct your students to improve at quantifying their own tasks and hours.
We are micromanaging the students a lot more when it comes to making sure that their tasks and hours are actually what it is that they're actually doing versus what they're writing down and saying that they're doing. We trusted the students in good faith in the past a little bit more than we needed to. And we've seen that sometimes, most of the time, they need more attention from me. And so I am working day and night on the phone with all of them one-on-one, in person with all of them one-on-one, to give them the training that they deserve. And our pass-fail rate is going up because of that.
So you started to ask my next question, answer my next question, but let me go ahead and ask it. I'll ask it this way. What new procedures has the hierarch implemented to get quantification errors corrected before they happen?
We're doing much more practice tests with the students, and we're doing more hands-on with the students, to where we are very hyper-focused on what it is that they really need. We're doing more needs assessments. We are implementing more ESL training, AI level ESL training, and getting them support, because that has been our Achilles heel. So we also work very closely with LA Unified School District right now. I've had multiple one-on-ones on how to be a better program sponsor with Oscar, the head of LA Unified School District, just recently. And he has helped me so much. And I'm really looking forward to the future of this program because it is improving. And that's all we can do because I think I'm not going to ramble on. I'm not going to ramble on.
Sure. Let me jump in here. Is there a procedure by which you're implementing a verification of the hours going forward so that we don't have quantification errors? Could you explain that, please?
It's a big math problem. Any of the board members that have done apprenticeship before, it's 24 pages of hardcore detailed math, all the way down to the minute amount of haircuts you've done in the past 24 months. And some people get behind on the math because they're too booked behind the chair. And for those of you that do hair, you can understand that you're going to procrastinate sometimes when it comes to filling out a form. But what we've implemented is just simple Excel spreadsheets that actually make the math more accurate. And that has helped us out a lot more. We still get some deficiencies, but on section B, which seems to be the Achilles heel of this thing, stuff from 2 years ago, I wasn't as good of a program sponsor back then. However, I love my program. It's the apprentices are my family, and I will do anything for them. So,
Mr. Lee, you had mentioned that some of your apprentices are developmentally disabled.
correct.
Could you briefly explain to the board how that fits into your program?
Objection relevance.
Okay.
Mr. Larson, what's the relevance?
Well, the witness just provided that this is a 24-month-long math problem and that some of the students find it challenging, and he used to find it challenging. That's the relevance.
Mr. Stone.
Well, Your Honor, the students or the apprentices are not the issue. The issue here is the documentation that respondent has signed and attested to, not what the apprentices are doing, but what he is doing.
Okay, Mr. Larson, anything further?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, the objection sustained on relevance.
So, Mr. Lee, could you explain to the board how the hierarchy does the paperwork and the calculations that appear in the certificates of completion?
Sure. Certificates of completion are based upon on-the-job training forms. And Mr. Beach, if you know about...
He's not here, just address
Okay,
the
so
board.
then the board members, when it comes to on-the-job training forms, for those of you that are not familiar with an on-the-job training form, it has 3 signatures at the bottom of the form. It has a signature for the apprentice saying that they did do these haircuts and they calculated them and these hairstyles and these blow dries. Then it has the trainer signing at the bottom as well, attesting to the same thing. Then it has another signature at the bottom. These are my own OJT forms for my signature at the bottom. Like Mr. Larson said about 2 hours ago was true. I am not at the salon with them, nor does Title 16 tell me to be there with them, nor does the labor code tell me to be there with them. I have to believe what their trainer that signed a statement of trainer with the board and them that also signed an application for apprentice license with the board, I have to take their word for it that yes, I did this many haircuts and this many blow dries. Because I can't be at 50 salons all at one time. I'm just one guy. And so I'm just trying to paint a picture of reality for all of us here to simplify what we're talking about here. Those on-the-job training forms can vary. It also depends on who's keeping track, because some of us don't do the best math when we do hair. So there's room for error. And so we had made a lot more errors in the past before we have implemented a strategy that makes these hairstyles and blowouts and perms more accurate now. And we did not receive a ton of training on how to fill these forms out. Once there was a change in the administration, there was a change in the evaluations as well. In the prior administration, the Hierarch received an award for one of the best businesses in all of America in 2024.
Objection lacks foundation relevance.
It is a foundational.
Hang on.
Mr. Larson, your response?
It wasn't a question. He's addressing the change in enforcement standards by the board when its leadership changed and different requirements were attributed to the hierarchy, so it's relevant.
So I'll sustain it. It went beyond the scope of the question.
Sure.
Okay.
I apologize, Your Honor.
Okay, well, so is there something else, Mr. Lee, you'd like to add about what the hierarchy is doing to improve and make more accurate its reporting on these forms?
The hierarchy is really me. And what I'm doing is bettering myself as a person. And I am showing more love and attention to the apprentices, and it's working. The improvement is vast, and I'm right there to be able to show it. And if we were to do an accumulative evaluation of my test results for the entire year, which I have done, because Mr. Beach gave me that data, it's at a very high pass rate when you accumulate it over the past 12 months. And I've seen a lot of improvement, but I crave more improvement. I want my pass fail rate to be 70, 80%, and we are getting there.
Mr. Lee, would you be open to doing more training with the board?
Absolutely.
Should they provide it?
I would love for them to provide it, but I am also getting provided training from the Division of Apprenticeship Standards, who I have a contract with, and LA Unified School District, who I have a contract with. I'd love to create a contract with the board on how I can better train my people to be in better compliance with the board.
Very good. Your Honor, that's my last question for this witness.
All right, cross-examination, Mr. Stone.
Thank you. Now, when it comes to it is on. Thank you. Hang on one second. Now, you're familiar with certificates of completion of the Cosmotology apprenticeship program, correct?
Yes, I'm familiar that there's actually two. There's one with the DAS per my contract with the DAS, and then there's one with the board that I don't have a contract for.
Well, do you understand? If I can draw your attention to what's been admitted into evidence, Exhibit 2. Exhibit 2 consists of a number of attachments. Let's just start with Attachment 1. Are you familiar with what this document is?
It appears to be a board-created certificate of completion that's not in the Shelley Maloney Act per Business and Professions Code 7333.
Non-responsive, move to strike.
Excuse me?
Mr. Larson, your response?
Well, actually, the question was, do you know what this form is? The witness gave his understanding of what that form is. I think it should remain.
Right, so the motion's granted and the portion's stricken after he indicated whether or not he's familiar with what the form is. So, Mr. Lee, just make sure you answer the question asked and don't go beyond the scope of the question.
Absolutely, Your Honor.
Mr. Stone, go ahead.
You understand that in running your apprenticeship program, that you have certain requirements that you must fulfill for the board?
No, I don't have any requirements that I have to fulfill on the board per the labor code that I have a contract with under the DAS, under the Shelley Maloney Act, which the board actually bows down.
So, Mr. Lee, the court reporter asked if you could repeat your answer. He
Sure.
did not quite catch all of it.
Okay. If Addison Beach was here, he'd be able to confirm with me that we as program sponsors follow what the Shelley Maloney Act says.
Argumentative.
Okay, all right.
So,
Don't answer.
Mr. Lee, what I'm asking is repeat to the best you can verbatim what you initially stated for the court reporter. So it's not a new question. It's just that he did not catch all of your answer.
Okay. I will slow down. From what I know, my program is a workforce program under the Department of Industrial Relations per the Shelley Maloney Act. I don't know that I have a contract or any statute that says I am to work for the board, but I am willing to work with the board to make a better academy and a better program for my apprentices. Absolutely.
Motion to strike non-responsive.
The motion's granted, the answer's stricken. So I think unfortunately, Mr. Court Reporter, we're stuck with what we have. So, Mr. Stone, if I think we're trying to clarify prior answer to answer to your prior question. So if you'd like to ask your next question.
Looking at Exhibit 2, Attachment 1, have you seen these types of forms before?
I have.
And looking at Attachment 1, is that your signature at the bottom?
It is. It appears to be an e-signature
How does it appear to be that?
because it is an e-signature.
This is not your original signature, is it?
It is an
Objection,
e-signature.
vague and ambiguous.
It is an e-signature, which is legal.
You did not sign this with your hand, did you?
I signed it with my finger on a device.
Okay, you did not sign it through DocuSign, did you?
DocuSign? I use PDF Expert.
So this is a computer stamp of your signature?
No,
Objection, vague and
an
ambiguous.
e-signature.
Misstates testimony.
I said e-signature.
So hang on, Mr. Lee, when there's an objection, you need to pause in your answer until I rule on the
I
objection.
apologize, Your Honor. I apologize.
Mr. Stone, your response to the objection, if you heard them, or I could have them restated.
Yeah, I didn't hear what the objection was.
Okay, Mr. Larson.
The objection was vague and ambiguous and misstates testimony.
Well, I don't think it's vague and ambiguous on asking about this signature. If he wrote this signature on this page.
All right, so the objection's sustained, or excuse me, the objections are overruled. I believe he answered. If you want to try following up, Mr. Stone, you may.
Yeah. Well, are you familiar with something called DocuSign?
Yes.
And this is not a DocuSign signature of yours, is it?
It is an e-signature.
Right, it is not a DocuSign signature, is it?
Just answer.
So,
What is a
Mr. Lee,
I'm sorry,
the
what is a
question's real
DocuSign
simple.
signature?
Yeah, it's real simple. Did you use DocuSign to sign that document?
I'm going to say that I used a program called PDF Expert, which is the same as DocuSign.
Mr. Lee, I am directing you, I am ordering you to answer the question directly.
No, not DocuSign.
Now, if you look at attachment 1, attachment 2, attachment 3, attachment 4, attachment 5, attachment 6, to exhibit 2, all of those signatures, now you're representing, because it's your signature, right, on all these pages?
Yeah,
And they're all identical looking.
yes.
How do you explain that?
The truth?
Yes.
What was
Some
that?
of these documents got hijacked from a disgruntled employee that used to work for me. So
I don't know what you mean by hijack.
just say they got stolen from me. My signature got stolen from me.
Are you saying that you did not sign any of these certificates that are in exhibit 2?
Go through and say which ones.
I signed for Shea Vasquez, attachment 1, 2.
Well, then let's
I
start with
signed
those.
Irfan Ali. I signed
Now,
Oscar Ceballos, attachment 3. I signed Oscar Ceballos, attachment 4. I signed Nicholas Willis, attachment 5. Janet Castillo, I don't remember. Sarah Smith. Sarah Kendra, yes, I signed Sarah Kendra Smith. Sandra Chamo. I can't say, this one looks photocopied. So I don't recall signing that one. This one also looks photocopied, Jose Mora. Mackenzie Erickson, I remember signing. And that's what and there's a photo of this. This one, I don't remember signing this one.
You're looking at
Attachment 12, I apologize. Mackenzie Erickson, yes, I remember signing. Mackenzie Erickson, I remember signing. Mackenzie Erickson, I remember signing. Mackenzie Erickson, I remember signing. And yes.
now, how can these, it looks like your signature or initials are identical on each one. Why is that?
Because I believe in e-signatures. E meaning electronic.
So you just hit a button on a computer?
Sometimes, yes.
Did you, all of the ones you've just mentioned, did you review everything that was filled out on the forms before you signed it?
Most of them I did.
But some of them you did not?
Some of them I did more thoroughly than others.
Well, let's go to attachment 3 in exhibit 2.
Attachment 3 and exhibit 2.
Now, that signature there that you put on there, that you did through a computer?
Yes,
And did you do that on September 12th of 2022?
yes,
Now, you can see there where it says date training completed is
Correct.
8/1/23, is that right?
it looks like that's what's there, yes.
And it was signed by the apprentice and by the trainer in December of 2023.
It looks like that. It looks like it is, yes.
This form wasn't complete in terms of section B when you signed it, was it?
I believe it was complete. I see the numbers there. That looks like all the hours are there and it looks complete to me.
Well, how come the
Especially for the minimum
signatures,
requirements under, sorry.
how come the apprentice signed it months after you did?
Oh, it's an error. It's a human error. As far as
What-
dates,
What's a human error?
the dates that these are that are on here,
What
messed up.
dates that are on here?
the dates of the signatures.
The dates of your signature?
But I believe so. I believe my signature date is an error. And this is a form that got resolved.
Why do you believe it's an error?
It was an error on my part as far as putting the wrong date on there.
Is there any reason why you haven't informed any board representative of any error in
They
any
informed me.
forms until today?
They've informed me, and all these forms have been resolved with the training process that Addison Beach spoke of earlier.
Move to strike, unresponsive.
I didn't think it was responsive.
The motion's granted and the answer will be stricken. So if you want to repeat your question, you may.
Is there a reason why up until today, you have not stated to any board representative that you made a mistake, at least on the date that you signed attachment 3 of exhibit 2?
I have responded to all of these issues.
I'm not asking for a response generally to these issues. I'm asking for a statement that you provided today that you made a mistake on this date, that you signed this, or not that you signed this, but that you affixed a signature to it. Is there any reason why you haven't acknowledged that error until today?
I have acknowledged that error on every deficiency, on every form.
When?
As soon as I got a deficiency notice from the board, I responded with what I should do to resolve the issue. And then I respond to the apprentice and we work on whatever we need to work on. And then we resubmit. And after we resubmit, they then are in good standing. I'm in good standing and they take their exam. And all of these issues of all of these forms have been resolved a long time ago.
I'm trying to get an answer to a specific question, which is you say on attachment 3 of exhibit 2 that you made a mistake of the date that you signed it, that you didn't sign it on September 12th of 2022.
Correct.
Okay. Have you communicated to anyone at the board in writing or verbally that that date is a mistake?
Asked and answered.
Asked but not answered.
The objection sustained. He did answer. It might have He did answer. The objection sustained.
How do you know you didn't sign this on September 12th of 2022?
I realized it when the board pointed it out to me in a deficiency notice.
And how did you inform the board? Well, strike that. When did you sign attachment 3?
I don't have the exact date. When did it says right here, I'm sorry, I do not have the exact date. This was 2 years ago. It may have been, no,
Don't speculate. Answer the question if you know.
I'm sorry. I don't know exactly what date.
Was section B filled out when you signed it?
Was section B? Section B was filled out when I signed it.
Well, what did you do to make sure that the information in section B was accurate?
I asked the apprentice if they actually did what they put down.
And is that how you confirm all of your apprentices' information in section B on these completion forms? You ask them,
Yes.
and depending on their answer, you attest that that is all true and correct under penalty of perjury, that this has all been completed and those hours are all accurate?
I find out later that sometimes the hours may not be accurate after I get a deficiency notice from the board.
Well, isn't it your obligation and responsibility when you sign this to already ensure that that information is true and correct?
Yes. And per Title 16, most of these forms should have been I just go according to Title 16 and what the minimum requirements are.
And the way you confirm that those requirements are met by your apprentices is by asking them.
Correct.
And do you realize when you sign this that you're attesting to the true, that that's true and correct as the program sponsor?
Yes, to the best of my ability, yes.
And is that to the best of your ability? Is there any other way you can confirm or check on those hours?
I can check with the trainer, and I do that too sometimes. And they sign a signature at the bottom, confirming it.
Well, is it your understanding that the trainer has obligations and responsibilities when they sign this to confirm that the information in it is true and correct?
Yes,
And so do you, right?
yes.
If you could look at attachment 6 to exhibit 2,
Sure.
let me know when you're there. Do you see the date by your signature?
Yes.
Is that the date you signed this?
No.
Why do you say that?
Because I believe this is one of the questionable documents that that may have gotten away from me, and someone else may have hijacked my signature and used it.
Who
Because-
is that you're talking about?
Excuse me?
Who is that you're talking about? The hijacker.
Yeah, there was a previous teacher that used to teach with me that no longer teaches for me.
And what is the name of that person?
Varicela Acuna.
And when you say hijacked your signature, tell me exactly what that entails.
They got a hold of my signature somehow, and they used it to help people take the exam.
You mean fill out forms of these completion forms and submit them to the board?
Correct.
What makes you think that that person affixed your signature to this form at attachment 6 rather than you affixing your signature with the computer to this form?
What makes me think that?
Yes.
Yes.
Because I don't recall physically even seeing this form.
Do you recall physically seeing all the forms that you sign in the apprenticeship program?
In the apprenticeship program? Or
Yeah,
in
do you have
this-
independent
or the evidence?
recollections of signing all of the forms that you signed for the apprenticeship program?
No, not all of them, no.
But this one you do? You specifically remember not signing this?
Yes, I specifically remember not signing this one
Yeah, why, and how is that?
because have never seen this form.
Do you know who Janet Castillo Arista is?
Yes, I do.
Was she an apprentice of yours?
She was an apprentice of an independent contractor that worked with me and recruited her and trained her as an independent contractor using my license.
You allowed someone to use your license?
Yes, with the DAS.
Well, I'm talking about this form here that you
Right.
submitted, that Hierarch,
I didn't submit it.
Hierarch submitted it.
No.
Who submitted this form?
Possibly Gladysela Acuna or Janet Castillo Arista, but not.
And you can see how that signature is exactly like many of your other signatures in this exhibit too, right?
Yes.
Is it your understanding that the reason why no stamped signatures are accepted by the board is to make sure that all of the signatures are by the person that they're purport to be?
Objection argumentative and calls for a legal conclusion.
Mr. Stone?
Well, it doesn't call for a legal conclusion. I just asked his understanding as to if the reason why no stamped signatures are accepted is to ensure that the signature of the person is true and correct.
Mr. Larson, anything further?
Yes, it also calls for speculation as to the reasoning in a statute that's not even before us.
I don't understand.
So the objections are, the objections overruled. So Mr. Lee, to the extent you have it understanding yourself, you can answer the question, but I don't want you to guess or speculate as to the reasoning.
Thank you, Your Honor. I don't own a stamp, and I never stamped a signature in my life.
But you use a computer program to affix a stamp, to affix your signature, correct?
I never used a computer that has a stamp.
Right, but you don't put your signature on these forms. You use a computer to affix your signature to these forms.
Sometimes, yes.
And because you do that, you're saying someone was able to use that computer signature and affix it to forms?
Yes. A couple years ago, yes, not anymore.
Turning your attention to attachment 8 of exhibit 2. Is that a signature you affixed to this form?
No, it's photocopied.
Well, did you photocopy it or allow someone to photocopy it?
No.
Was this person listed on attachment 8?
Yes.
To your program?
Yeah.
And did you ever submit a certification of completion for that apprentice?
I believe I have, but not this one.
And why do you think you didn't submit this one?
Because it's obviously photocopied, sir.
Well, it could be a photocopy, but still your signature, correct?
Objection argumentative, vague and ambiguous.
It appears to be a photo.
Hang on.
Mr. Stone, your response?
I'm just trying to find out why, simply because it's a photocopy, that makes him think that it's still not submitted by him.
The objection sustained is argumentative.
Attachment 10 to Exhibit 2. Is that a computer signature that you affixed to this document?
It is an electronic signature.
That you affixed to this document?
An electronic signature that I affixed to this document.
Now, did you affix your signature to this document on October 3rd of 2023?
Oh, that was a mistake.
How do you know?
Because I got a deficiency notice of it.
Yeah, but you don't agree that just because something's on a deficiency notice, that deficiency is necessarily correct, right?
Oh, I agreed with it when I got the deficiency notice.
You agreed that you signed this on October 3rd of 2023?
I agreed that I made a mistake on the date that I signed it.
Well, the deficiency notice isn't that you made a mistake, it's that it's that it was signed prior to, on this one, prior to the training was even completed.
To my understanding, I've gotten a lot of deficiency notices
Why do you think that is?
that mean that I made a mistake on a form that I didn't mean to make. Like accidentally putting the wrong date.
How is it that you accidentally put the wrong date when you're using a computer program?
Because I'm human and humans make mistakes, sir, respectfully.
Well, respectfully, what makes you think it's a mistake? Is it simply because the discrepancy is so obvious?
Objection argumentative.
The objection is overruled. You can answer the question.
What makes me think that it's a mistake is because I'm human and I make mistakes sometimes. And I made a mistake and I put the wrong date on this form. And I didn't realize it till I got a deficiency notice that made it obvious to me.
Okay, and why is this obviously a mistake?
Because the date looks strange compared to the date of, I forgot to put a 0 next to the 3. She ended up, her last day of training was 10/30/2023. It's a 10/3/23. So I didn't put a 0 next to the 3, and I made a mistake at that.
Can you explain why you signed this in approximately October of 2023, but it was not signed by the apprentice or the trainer until June of 2024?
From what I remember, there was a lot of confusion on how to fill the form out correctly. They kept getting rejected multiple times when they kept trying to submit other documents that aren't in evidence right now. So it took them this long to try to get some sort of resolve with the accuracy of the apprentice and the trainer working together to get these hours correct and get these operations correct according to them, because they were the ones in the salon.
And were you working with them to try to correct the deficiencies?
Yes, and at this time, there was a dramatic change in how the forms were being evaluated, and we never got formal training on how to fill out the forms in the new way that was being introduced. We learned by trial and error.
So as you can see from attachment 13 and attachment 14 and attachment 15, that's what you're talking about regarding multiple efforts to try to correct this form.
Yes, I believe there are more efforts. Sorry.
Sorry, counsel, finish your question.
I think I was done.
Okay. I believe there's more than just what's in evidence. Because the apprentice has a learning disability and was having a tough time doing all the mathematical equations, and she fell behind on her accounting.
Well, it's up to you to confirm the arithmetic relating to the hours and the operations, correct?
It's a collaborative effort. That's why there's 3 signatures. It's the apprentice, it's the trainer, and it's the program sponsor. But in real life, it's the trainer and the program sponsor, the trainer and the apprentice that work together full-time, 40 hours a week, and actually see this happening. I just have to believe them or not believe them, because I am not physically there with all of them.
Well,
Yeah.
have you ever signed a certificate of completion prior to the completion of a program?
No.
Have you ever signed a certification of completion that was not, where the hours were not filled out?
No.
Attachment 13 to Exhibit 2. That's a signature that you affixed to this document, correct?
Asked and answered. You can answer again.
Oh. Sorry, what was the question? I'm sorry.
Did you?
You
affix the
testified
Well,
that
did I
you
fix-
affixed your signature to Attachment 13.
Oh,
How come there's no hours or operations on this?
this wasn't the first
Anyway.
form that, yeah, this wasn't the first form that this apprentice received.
But it is a form that you affixed your signature to.
Yes. But I wasn't aware that this was sent in without any hours or operations on it.
Well, why would you sign it if it wasn't ready to be sent in?
I didn't actually sign this one with my finger or my hand or with a click of a mouse.
How did you do it?
It was already on there.
So you affixed your signature prior to it being completed?
On this one, possibly. But the DAS chief, whenever we enroll an apprentice, also has an electronic signature that automatically goes on forms when we enroll people.
Objection, non-responsive. Move to strike.
The answer will be stricken. So, Mr. Lee, do you need to have the question repeated?
No,
Okay, so if you could respond to the question.
I did respond.
No,
can
you
repeat my
didn't answer the
response.
question. It was non-responsive.
I don't think we're trying to argue. Could we have the question read back, please?
It might be easier since the court reporter doesn't have a microphone. It might be easier. Mr. Stone, is it possible for you to repeat the question?
Yeah, well, I'll ask a similar or the same or similar. And,
Okay, that works for me. Thanks.
how come you affixed your signature to that attachment prior to it being completed?
I think this is one that was going to be corrected. So this wasn't like the first one. This is another one that we were trying to fix together. And we came to an agreement that whatever was wrong with the deficiency of a prior form, they were going to together, Vicky and Mackenzie, redo the math on the form that is going to be fixed. And it was supposed to be sent to me after it had been filled out with the hours and operations. But somehow, some way, it was sent to the board the wrong way. And it might be because there's a learning disability there with Mackenzie when it comes to forms like this. And her trainer may or may not have looked at it because the trainer forgot to put a date on it. Vicky.
Now, looking at attachment 10 and attachment 14 of exhibit 2, if you look at on the job hours, it has, for example, hairstyling at 10:54, and then going to attachment 14, it has hairstyling at 9:30.
Yeah. Yeah, these are
There's no question. There's no question yet.
Yeah, that's his question.
I'm sorry, sir.
Since the training was completed prior to both of these forms being signed by you, how do you explain the discrepancy in the hours that were completed for the training?
There's mathematical errors in the hours because the apprentice has a learning disability. And the form itself is, we're really going into these forms, and you guys are going to hate me for this, but all the forms are invalid. They're not in the labor code. They're not in the Shelley Maloney Act. I'm being drilled on forms that are invalid under statute. These are regulations that are superseded by statute.
So do you believe because you believe that, are you inattentive to filling them out?
I believe I'm here to challenge jurisdiction today.
Answer his question. He asked, do you believe you're?
I did answer the question. I'm here challenging jurisdiction today. I'm not here to pretend that the regulations supersede the statutes.
Could we take 5, Your Honor?
No, we need to keep moving. So,
Yeah, I'm here to challenge jurisdiction,
okay.
Your Honor.
If that's your answer, then that's your answer.
They can withdraw if they want. It's fine.
No, there's no question pending.
So you don't believe the certificates of completion that you fill out and affix your signature and attest to the truth under penalty of perjury, you don't believe that that's a appropriate form for you to have to fill out. Is that right?
Oh, it's in valid form, but I did my best to fill it out to the best of my ability, and I believe the apprentices and the trainers when they put the numbers down there. But I am here to challenge jurisdiction. I'm here under special appearance when we have forgotten that.
We're way past that.
Yeah, we need to circle back.
No, finish the exam.
You said you do anything for your apprentices, is that right?
Absolutely.
Does that include pre-signing certificates of completion prior to their training being completed?
I'm not willing to do that. I'm willing to do anything to make them better apprentices, sir.
And you don't yourself do anything to confirm the information that's filled out on these certificate of completion forms that you submit?
Objection asked and answered and misstates prior testimony.
I'll withdraw it. I don't have any further questions.
All right, Mr. Court Reporter, how are you doing? Do you need a break? Okay, so let's go ahead. Well, let me check first. Mr. Larson, do you have redirect for Mr. Lee?
Yes, but it will be short, Your Honor, very short.
Okay. Yeah, but we've been going for a number of hours, so let's go ahead and take a 10-minute break. It's 1:16 now, so let's go ahead and come back at 1:26, and we're off the record until then.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Larson, do we have you back on the line?
You do, Your Honor. Thank you.
Very good. Let's go ahead and go back on the record. And Mr. Larson, redirect.
Yes, and thank you for that brief break. I realized my witness and myself were both getting hungry, and probably the board is too. I'll be quick. Mr. Lee, we've heard a lot about and talked a lot about totals on the certificates of completion. Can you explain to the board how you've improved your procedures to get those accurate going forward?
We're getting more hands-on with the trainer and contacting the trainer and double checking and making sure that the facts and figures are actually correct. And we're working one-on-one with the apprentices more. I'm working one-on-one with the apprentices more myself. And it seems to be working quite well because our test scores are up.
Sir, are you doing anything differently between you and the trainer to also reiterate the accuracy?
I'm working with the trainer more often, and I'm in more communication with the trainer more often than most other program sponsors are.
Now, I'm going to put aside the legal objections to jurisdiction and the like that we've already articulated. My question, Mr. Lee, is when you and the hierarch fill out these certificates of completion going forward, are you doing the best of your abilities to do them accurately?
Absolutely.
And can you commit to the board that you will do your level best to maintain the highest accuracy level going forward?
100%.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Mr. Stone, anything further on recross?
Nothing further.
All right, are there any questions by the committee members? Seeing none?
Yes.
Oh, oops, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yes, hi, Tanya Fairley, industry member, salon owner, stylist. Mr. Lee, you had stated that, I just wanted to get clarification. You had stated that you did not sign some of the certificate of completions that someone got a hold of your signature. Can you tell us what you're doing to make sure that your stored signature is secured so that this doesn't happen in the future?
Yeah, I'm doing it by hand. And I am micromanaging these forms, Tanya.
Okay. You also stated, one of the questions I brought up earlier was that one of the reasons this is in-depth and looking at the certificate of completions being accurate is I notated that you had a 32% pass rate. And you stated that that was 2024, but in 2025, it's now at 50%. Can you tell me how many students have taken the test from January to March of 2025?
I don't have that data in front of me right now, but it's got to be probably around 10 or more students, Tanya. And if we were to actually do, an evaluation that way, I know it would be higher than 50% pass rate. If we were to actually take not just the last 3 months of this year, but go from January.
Okay, because according to my records, one moment, please. Okay, according to our records, which is from January 1st to March 31st, the 50% pass rate is correct. However, there's only been 2 people who have taken the test. And so a 50% pass rate would mean that you have one person who has passed and one who has failed.
From what okay, because I'm mistaken then because I thought it looks like it's from January to March, right? So that's 3 months. So that's not current to where we're in June right now, right? So I think there's a few months missing. And Mr. Beach sent me a high level, 1 year data. And it made me feel good because it was an actual accumulation of all the people that took the exam, all the way to the current date back then. And the pass rate was much higher that way versus just looking at 3 months.
Mr. Lee, when was your school established? The apprenticeship program, I'm sorry, when was it established?
I first got established from the Department of Labor in 2019, but it took me until 2020, 2021 to find an LEA. So 4 years or so.
Okay, so your school was established in 2020. What changed from 2020 that we don't have pretty much any records for you in regards to the certificate of completions to 2023 with the discrepancies that we're seeing?
I'm really more hands-on micromanaging my program now. When back then I wasn't as hands-on. I was more focused on doing my clients behind the chair while I had help helping me, but unfortunately it may or may not have been the right help. And now I do most of it myself now, and it seems to have benefited the students and the apprentices a lot more.
No, my question was,
Sorry.
what changed from the earlier part, from 2020 to 2023, that we have these discrepancies?
I believe that's when I was working with a different teacher back then that was teaching mainly the Spanish students for me. And I thought that she was a great teacher for them, but apparently she didn't prepare them for the exam to the best of her ability. But she had lots of experience. She had a great resume, but it takes them 2 years to actually take the test, right? So you have to wait 2 years to see how your teacher that helps you with ESL is going to do. And she started with me in about 21. Okay, so most of the ESL Spanish speaking people had a tough time with the exam. And I looked at the average pass rate for ESL students, and it's pretty low. It's about 23% all around. But we are doing our best to work with other educators that better serve the ESL people.
Okay, my second to last question, what is the fee for your apprenticeship program?
Sure. So we follow the BPPE standards of under $2,500 for the first 39 hours of the program, which is changing. I believe the board's taken over that. And then we do reasonable cost for the second part of the program, which we learned from the Department of Justice, is the labor code statute. So we do about between $500 and $7,500 for the RSI second part of the program, which is governed by the DAS.
Okay. My last question is, as a apprenticeship program sponsor, how often do you visit the sites that your apprentices are at?
I love that question. I can't be everywhere, but I do my best to make a trip twice a week. And I'm trying to do more, Yolanda, because I think it's so important. Tanya, it's really important to not just commune with the apprentices, but to commune with the salon owner. As a salon owner, I think you know that it's really nice to have some support sometimes, especially if you have an apprentice, to where you're not just the only one supporting that apprentice, to where you have support from the program sponsor too. But I'm going off a little bit.
Thank you. No further questions.
A question from Megan Ellis, public member of the board. What's the wage that your apprentices make in your program?
Sure. They have to get paid at least minimum wage, when they first start. And it depends on the employer, right? Because the employer, has that right under the labor code to pay them minimum wage or more. But the average apprentice that we found, especially our barbers, they do extremely well in very little time. That some of them are making six figures within 7-8 months.
The reason I ask is because, especially with these forms, the reason that they're keeping track of hours is to make sure that students are making comparable wages and that they're also not
Yes.
exceeding 40-hour work weeks.
Right.
So I would think that a total OJT time of 4,362 would kind of raise some eyebrows in the
Absolutely.
allotted 2-year period. So my question would be, was Ms. Erickson given overtime compensation if these hours are accurate?
That's a labor code question for like the DAS or the DIR. So I don't keep track of their payments. It's their employees. So it's not my jurisdiction to, keep track of that. But I do get one paycheck from them in the beginning of the program. And I always make sure that it's at least minimum wage or higher, because that's the compliance.
Great, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, any further questions from the committee? All right, hearing none. Mr. Larson, any further redirect based on the committee's questions?
No, Your Honor, and thank you.
Okay, Mr. Stone, anything further on recross?
Nothing further. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Lee, for your time and testimony. It's much appreciated. The board members, or the committee members and I were just handed the document that you emailed to the board, and it looks like it's the June 2nd, 2025 email, correct, Mr. Larson?
That's the one, Your Honor, and thank you. I can formally move that into evidence if you'd like.
Okay, hang on one second.
So this is the question I asked him. Oh, this is part of this. It was
Okay.
just you printed it differently. So it's this.
Okay.
And then it's his past bill rate, which is.
Okay, but he did not provide this information, or did he?
Yeah, yes. This is.
Oh, it is with him. Okay, got it. Okay, so Mr. Larson, I was just seeking clarification and I want to confirm with you. I guess the documents we received from you are an email, and then it's also information about the passage rate, correct?
Yes.
I'm really glad you asked, Your Honor. we weren't talking about the same exhibit. That is a different exhibit that the hierarch just sent to the board.
Okay.
But I was expecting you to have received our emailed statement of jurisdiction. Did that not come in?
It looks like, no, all we have is something that says, something that Ms. Crawford sent today at 12:16. And I think it's the attachment. Which is the,
Just found another email from them.
oh, okay. I'm being told they just found another email.
So
Okay, so I guess the first question is the first email we do have with the passage rates. Did you want to include that in evidence?
I would, Your Honor.
Okay, so let's go ahead and mark that as Exhibit A, and that will be the June 2nd, 2025 email with attachment. Mr. Stone, any objection to A for all purposes?
A is the email and the attachment that says Board of Barbering and Cosmetology, January 1st through 2025 through March 31st, 2025.
Correct.
And just for clarification, is that attachment a document prepared by the board? I'm not sure where this document came from.
This was the email from Mr. Larson.
That is, it is a document that is prepared by us, that they, I believe, maybe got from our website.
Oh, okay. So it sounds like it's a document that the board prepared that Mr. Larson obtained either from the website or some other means.
Well, if it's a board prepared document, then there's no objection to it.
Oh, okay, so A will be admitted for all purposes. And I think we're waiting for that additional email to be printed out and then circulated. So in the meantime, Mr. Larson, do you have any other witnesses you'd like to call?
No, and thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, and so would you like to move in or have marked and moved the exhibits that Mr. Stone previously submitted to Case Center on your behalf?
Sure, we could do that.
Okay, so I'm going to do this a little out of order, and I'll explain why. Or I guess it's not out of order, but as you probably noticed, Mr. Stone uploaded your documents under complainant's evidence. And in Case Center, what I'll need to do is move it to respondent's evidence. But I could do that after the hearing. So that I'll just explain so you know, if you check Case Center either later today or tomorrow, it won't be under the same section. It will be under respondent section, but it is there.
Thank you.
So then I'll pick up with Exhibit B and mark what was uploaded as, it looks like it's a December 20th, 2024 correspondence.
That's correct.
All right. Mr. Stone, are you offering this for all purposes or as administrative hearsay?
This is correspondence between the witness and the board, so for all purposes.
I'm sorry, it's between Mr. Lee and whom?
It's Mr. Lee's representative. It's written by an attorney to the board on Mr. Lee's behalf.
Got it. Okay. Mr. Stone, any objection to B for all purposes?
Yes, objection, lacks foundation. Hearsay, at least a couple of can't remember the word right now. A couple of levels of hearsay within it, and relevance.
Great. Mr. Larson, your response to the objections?
Yes, I'll start with the last relevance. As I highlighted in my opening remarks, the hierarch contends that a lot of this proceeding was retaliatory for his writing of this very letter to the board. Less than 19 days later, he gets this notice to show cause. This is the letter where he's challenging the jurisdiction of the board in some respects. And it is what started the avalanche in which we all find ourselves here today.
All right, and as to hearsay and foundation?
Well,
Oh,
the fa-
asking Mr. Larson.
yeah, the foundation is, this is written by who was then Mr. Lee's legal representative about board activity, and it resulted in these hearings today. As far as relevance, once again, we wouldn't be having these hearings if it wasn't for the fact Mr. Lee sent this letter according to the hierarch. That is their position.
How about the hearsay objection?
Well, okay, as far as, I mean, I don't know what the hearsay objection was exactly. There's, these are allegations written by a lawyer. This was Mr. Lee's position at the time, and he communicated it. We're not necessarily offering it for the truth of every word because it's written by a lawyer. It was not sworn testimony.
So if it's not being offered for the truth of the matter asserted, what is it being offered for?
It's an important part of the administrative record of this action. It started the whole mess.
All right, so based on the representation that it's not being offered for the truth of the matter asserted, I'll sustain on relevance grounds. And Exhibit B is not admitted for any purpose. So Exhibit C is what was previously uploaded to Case Center as H3, and it's a what is this, Mr. Larson?
This is the bulletin that hierarch contains inaccurate information that the hierarch has been tangling with the board
Mr.
about
Larson,
this for years.
I just want a description of what it is, not your argument
Okay.
about it.
Okay,
So
it is
some
a
kind of
public,
bulletin?
it is a public bulletin available online that different potential apprentices and also government agency employees reference and believe to be true.
All right, so the online bulletin will be marked as Exhibit C. Any objection to C?
Well, this particular version of it lacks foundation. It's got writing on it. If there is some current webpage of the board that relates to this apprenticeship information, then there would be no objection, I suppose. Well, it's still, I don't see the relevance of this. It lacks foundation, irrelevant.
Mr. Larson, your response?
This is a public document put out by the board, not us. Okay? This is a public record online. And I will concede that we could strike out the word in pink at the top. That's not original to the document, but the rest of it is.
I'm not sure because oh, there it isn't. So it's what's on Case Center. Okay. So it sounds like do the committee members not have what's in Case Center?
company will have their exhibits.
Okay, how does the committee in the first place get access to Case Center?
In section 5, we have some that look similar. Oh, section 5. That's what we're trying to figure out, so that we can follow her. Yeah, he put that on top. Oh, he put this on top. Yeah. He wrote the word fraud on our official documents.
Okay, so Mr. Larson, there's a disconnect between the board packet provided and Case Center, but I think we're starting to match some up. But
Saying that we're saying, our attorney is saying that this is not an original document because of this.
right, is the objection. But it's actually not the complete. Yeah, it's not the same.
Just got submitted this morning.
Oh, I think, Mr. Stone, you mentioned you uploaded respondents exhibits just this morning, correct?
Yes, just as a courtesy.
Right, okay, so that might be what we need to do is take a recess is there a way to access the additional documents from Case Center? Okay, so let's, sorry, Mr. Larson, I didn't realize the board didn't have the exhibits Mr. Stone uploaded on your behalf. So let's go ahead and take about another 10 minutes so we can make sure the board gets these documents and can follow along, or the committee gets the remaining documents. So it's 1:51 right now. Let's go ahead and come back at 2:01, and we're off the record until then.
Thank you.
Mr. Larson, do we have you back on the line?
Yes, Your Honor, we're still here.
All right, thank you for indulging us. Let's go ahead and go back on the record. So the committee members have been provided copies of respondents' additional documents, so they'll be able to follow along as we go through them. So last we left off on Exhibit C, and I heard the parties' objections. So Exhibit C, I'm going to sustain the objection as to foundation. And C, which is the online bulletin, is not admitted for any purpose. Just so I don't forget it, I want to go back to Mr. Larson. We also received the second email you provided, so I want to mark that as D, just so I don't forget it before going back to the other documents in Case Center. So this is Exhibit D will be respondents' statement regarding jurisdiction, I believe, is what you referred to it as, Mr. Larson, correct?
Yes, Your Honor. So that's Exhibit D now?
Correct. D as in David?
Okay, thank you.
So that's respondents' statement regarding jurisdiction.
And before we get to that, I want to make sure I understand what has been labeled A.
Yes. So A is, let me flip to it. So it's your email. And actually the subject title was, or is hierarch current pass fail rate. So it is an email dated June 2nd, 2025, sent at 12:15 by Meredith Crawford from your firm. And it has the attachment. And it was sent to, I guess Mr. Lee first sent it to Ms. Crawford. And it looks like Ms. Crawford forwarded it to the board. And then the board submitted it to another staff member just to get it printed out.
Thank you. I'm trying to keep track of these because the exhibit numbers have all changed from when we sent them over, but I follow, Your Honor.
Very, very good.
My question is Exhibit A already admitted?
Yes, A's been admitted for all purposes.
And because I don't, oh, okay, I recall Exhibit B was denied. And now the online bulletin C, that's, is that a final ruling on admissibility on that?
Yes, C is not admitted. And
Okay.
then we'll mark respondent statement regarding jurisdiction as Exhibit D as in David. And how would you like to move Exhibit D? Is this for all purposes or is it argument?
This is argument and it is preservation of a legal position. I'm not
Very,
saying it's sworn evidence.
very good. Mr. Stone, any objection to Exhibit D being admitted as argument?
So it's not being admitted as evidence, it's just an exhibit.
Correct.
Sure, as long as you can have an answer about it.
Right. So D is admitted as just as argument. And then Exhibit E will now pick back up with the case center documents. So it should be what is currently marked in currently marked in case center as H4.
Yes, thank
Which
you, Ron.
is, looks like it's a March 5th, 2021 email.
Yes. This
And
is,
in-
I'm sorry.
go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were pitching that to me. This, just the first 2 pages is all we're offering. Actually, page 2 and 3. And this is a historic email from the Department of Justice lawyer for the BPPE about the BBC bulletin that we've marked Exhibit B.
Each one of these and entering them into an exhibit, is that what's happening?
Some of them are. And so actually, I think what would be easiest, now that I realize is I could refer to the Bates numbers, which
Yes.
will be in the top right and top
Yes.
and the bottom right.
Yeah.
So sorry. So this is Exhibit E, and it is Bates number A148 through A161. And if you didn't hear earlier, the Bates numbers are in the upper right corner in red and also the bottom right corner in red of each page. All right.
Okay.
So any objection to Exhibit E?
Your Honor, last nomination. Hearsay.
Hey, Mr. Larson, your response?
Yes, I'm having trouble hearing Mr. Stone.
I corrected that. Thank you. Sorry about that.
So the objections were on foundation relevance, and I actually wrote foundation again, so I don't think that's right. So, hearsay, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Real briefly, this is a admission by the state's attorney general's office that Mr. Lee and the hierarch's jurisdictional argument in 2021 was correct. This is her words, not his.
All right, anything further, Mr. Stone?
Well, yes, this is an email of individuals. This isn't made by the party or by the board. It appears to be concerning the Bureau of Post-Secondary Education. And while there may be statements in there that reference this board, there's no foundation. There's hearsay and relevance. I stand by all of this.
Okay, Mr. Larson, anything further?
Just it's not hearsay because it's the admission on behalf of a party. The state's lawyer is the same for the BPPE as it is for the BBC.
All right, I'll sustain the objection on grounds of foundation, and E is not admitted for any purpose. All right, next as Exhibit F will be what's currently in case center as H5. And it is Bates A162 through A186.
I can save some time, Your Honor. We're not going to offer that one.
Okay,
Um,
do you want to withdraw that?
I will, and we'll jump down to what was it? Exhibit H7, please.
Okay, hang on one second. Let me get. So are you also withdrawing what was H6?
Yes, please.
Okay, so that will be withdrawn. And just to keep a clean record, Exhibit H will be what was previously marked in case center as H7, and it's Bates A196 through A224. And Mr. Larson, just for my exhibit list, what are these documents?
Are you asking about H7?
Yeah, H7.
Yeah, this is the DAS contract with Hierarch.
Okay, so that will be marked as Exhibit H.
Thank you.
All right. Mr. Stone, any objection to H?
Well, generally, it lacks foundation. Also, there's all sorts of notations on it that appear to be argument.
Oh, that was the other one. I think Mr. Stone is looking at the prior exhibit. I believe H7 is a clean copy of the contract.
So just to make sure,
I'm with you now.
I think that the title page is revision of approved standards. Is that correct, Mr. Larson?
It is, and thank you.
Very good.
Lacks foundation
Okay.
and relevance.
The relevance is this is the actual contract between Hierarch and a state regulatory agency that we contend has primacy here, and he has no such contract with the BBC.
All right. Anything further, Mr. Stone?
No.
Anything further, Mr. Larson?
No.
Okay, so the objection will be sustained on foundation grounds, and H is not admitted for any purpose. Mr. Larson, I believe that takes care of all of your exhibits. Do you agree?
Yes, insofar as that's all the ones we've submitted. Yes. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Do you have any further witnesses you'd like to call?
I do not, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, Mr. Larson, I didn't hear your response.
I do not, Your Honor. Thank you.
Very, very good. And if, in case I didn't say it for the record, I don't believe if I recall if I did or not. Mr. Lee, thank you for your time and testimony. It's much appreciated, and you are excused as a witness. And with that, Mr. Larson, do you rest?
Yes, I do.
All right, Mr. Stone, anything in rebuttal?
No, thank you.
All right, so I'll take closing arguments. Mr. Stone, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. This board relies on its partners in the apprenticeship program to work together with it to abide by legal requirements in order to ensure that apprentices are properly trained pursuant to regulatory requirements and to protect the public from unqualified and unprepared apprentices and prospective licentiates. The board must be able to trust and rely upon good partners in this pursuit. To do this, the board must monitor and ensure compliance of apprenticeship programs. In fulfilling this obligation, when issues with apprentice completion forms come to the board's attention, the board is responsible for and indeed obligated to evaluate the matter. In response to this notice to show cause, rather than address the factual and legal issues raised in the notice, respondent seeks to obfuscate, distract, and accuse the board of either wrongdoing or overreach. Now, in terms of the jurisdictional argument, looking at Exhibit D that's been submitted, It cites to Labor Code Section 3077. And it's got a quote. Well, that quote is not in Section 3077. 3077 states, the term apprentice as used in this chapter means a person at least 16 years of age who has entered into a written agreement in this chapter called an apprentice agreement with an employer or program sponsor. The term of apprenticeship for each apprenticeable occupation shall be approved by the chief in accordance with the standards set forth in Section 3078.5. There is nothing in the Labor Code that states that the Department of Industrial Relations, through its apprenticeship division, is the sole and only authorized way of having an apprenticeship in California. There are several agencies, at least, that can be involved in an apprenticeship program. It all depends on what that job is. When it comes to licensed professionals or vocational licenses, those have an attendant obligation for those agencies that participate in apprenticeship programs. The Department of Industrial Relations enters into contracts regarding their apprentices, and they have their own terms of what they require in order to be an apprentice in California, according to what they do and what they monitor. Like working hours and pay and things of that nature that fall under their rubric. There is nothing, no authority anywhere that says that they are the sole authority, that the only thing involved with lawful apprenticeship programs is to abide by their rules and regulations. There is simply a separate arm, a sister or sibling agency that also monitors these apprenticeship programs. There's another citation here that they have to CCR, 8 CCR section 224. That's the other section that they cite. And that section also relates to the apprenticeship programs that are operated by the Department of Industrial Relations and through their California Apprenticeship Council. And they talk about their own certificate of completion of apprenticeship because they require also one of those attesting to the completion of the apprenticeship. It says the completion of an apprenticeship will be issued under the authority of the California Apprenticeship Council by the Division of Apprenticeship Standards upon receipt of such competent evidence as may be required by them. The certificate shall signify completion of an apprenticeship under standards and apprentice agreement approved by them and the regulations. So they want a completion form that comports with the contract they have with apprentices that says we promise that we've done everything that is required of us, or whatever their standards are. So we're not here to discuss those standards or what that agency can or cannot do in regard to respondent. We're only here talking about what this board can do with respondent. And there's no law or logic that says that this board has no authority to enforce its regulations or otherwise to approve or withdraw respondents' program approval. It is odd to think of him as being an approved program, but then the board not having the ability to do anything about that. And that's why it's both contrary to law and logic. Now, the jurisdiction red herring aside, this notice to show cause process is established by the plain language of the regulations. The legal authorities, claims, and supporting evidence are mapped out in the notice to show cause in detail, served in January of this year. Mr. Lee's immediate and continuing defense was to go on the offense. And so he ignores deficiencies and transgressions that as an approved sponsor, and now he wants the board to do the same. And this cannot stand. As Mr. Lee would have it, what he's asking the board to say is that he can do whatever he wants, blindly, true and accurate or not, on these program completion forms, and that the board can't do anything about it. And that too cannot stand. Mr. Lee proves to be not only a bad partner with the board to meet minimal compliance standards for his program and apprentices, but does affirmative harm to his apprentices and poses a danger to consumers and the general public that rely on the quality, accuracy, and honesty of his program. Given this, the board should issue an order withdrawing its approval of respondent's program. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Larson, your closing argument?
Yes, and thank you. I want to thank the board, Your Honor, and Mr. Stone. Everyone has been very courteous under challenging
I'm sorry,
conditions.
Mr. Larson, to interrupt, but your volume is really low, and so we're having trouble hearing you.
Oh, okay. Let me see if I can.
Should be resolved now. Try
Here we
again,
go.
please.
Perfect, thank you.
Are we better? Thank you. Okay, I'll start again. I wanted to thank all of you, the Honorable Board, Your Honor, as presiding judge today, and Mr. Stone. Everyone has been very courteous under sometimes trying circumstances, and we all worked through lunch, and I think we all came here in good faith, trying to get a good result. I've made my jurisdictional arguments at length, and I'm not going to repeat them on the back end. You have them. And, at bottom, you need a statute in order to have an enforceable regulation. And we submit in writing that unfortunately the board does not. But we're not going to harp on that again. What we heard a lot about today was human error. And there has been some. We are dealing with students. We are dealing with apprentices. Affectionately, I'm going to say we're dealing with people in the cosmetology industry. They are not all accountants, and they're not all math experts, nor am I. And I think we can all empathize a little bit that the tallies can get a little overwhelming sometimes. But there was some human error. It's largely been addressed. These have been corrected, and these students graduated, and that's the state of the evidence. You did hear the evidence on that. There was no report of a student harmed, as my esteemed counterpart just tried to tell you. No students were harmed. Nobody's dead. There's been no irreparable harm here. There were some minor mistakes and there were some glitches, and nobody's saying they shouldn't be corrected. In fact, you heard at length Mr. Lee testify all the things he's doing to improve those, to rectify those. Most of what the board is looking at is, some lapses that were many months ago. And you heard the testimony on that. If there's a slap on the wrist to be had, by all means, if this board sees fit to, order the hierarchy and its people to take some more training, or maybe to have some one-on-one workshops and so forth, by all means, do that, because Mr. Lee testified he's more than willing to do whatever he can to improve the experience of his apprentices, improve their success, and improve the accuracy of his filings. Just because he raises a jurisdictional objection in good faith, he's not telling this board to take a hike. That's not what we should come away with today. He's committed on record today to do everything he can to rectify and has, what did he testify to? That he's doing things one-on-one now with his apprentices, with his trainers, with the salon operators, and he's visiting those places. He said twice a week. So what you heard is, a 2.0 game plan there. He's signing these forms in hand, he said, going forward. And, I don't know what else he can do. There's really no benefit to dropping the guillotine on his program and putting him and numerous apprentices out of work. For one thing, he testified he had a tough time with some delegation, and he's phased that out, and he's doing everything himself now. That's what you heard. I think you honorable board members can relate a little bit. A lot of you have worked in the industry. Some people are solid and some people aren't. And, all you can do is correct your mistakes and move forward. That's what Mr. Lee's committed to do. He's doing more training for his people directly, and he's willing to do more training himself. There's no reason to withdraw his certification. That's way over the top here for what's been accused. There was, Mr. Stone did a good job, but nevertheless, we're talking about some clerical errors. We're talking about what were ultimately harmless errors. I'm not saying they're not serious. He takes them seriously, and I know the board does too, and I do too. But he's taking the corrective action I think you would want him to take. And if the board has further instructions on how to really tighten that up, or if there's an application or a level of Excel calculation sheets that would assist the hierarchy in getting the most accurate calculation, I think by all means, the board should recommend it and he'd listen. In wrapping this up, I want to let the board know that, through a federal contract through the Department of Defense's Skill Bridge program, he's poised to create new jobs for disabled veterans this year. So he's representing sometimes the developmentally disabled, and now he's helping out the veterans. There's really no benefit to the industry to deplatform his program because nobody's been injured, nobody's been hurt. He regrets that there were a couple lapses on those papers, but he's done what he can. And I ask this honorable board to keep that in mind because everybody's made a clerical error or two along the way. I thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Larson. Mr. Stone, any final comments and rebuttal?
It's not a case.
Mr. Stone just cut out. I can't hear him.
This is not a case about inadvertent lapses or clerical errors. You don't have to be an accountant or some type of math wizard in order to complete these forms. All you have to do is keep track of what you're doing. All you have to do is follow the law. You can see from the regulations that it's very detailed about how many hours, about how this needs to get done on this apprenticeship training. And it's straightforward, and respondent is not making mistakes in the practice that we've seen. We see the history of this. It was the way he ran his business. And he can come in here today, months later, after all the communications that you can see, the whole history of this, and he can come in and say today, like, I made some mistakes, everything's fine here, I pay attention now, everything's good, nothing to see here, is disingenuous. At the very least, it's unpersuasive. He has not shown himself to be trustworthy about doing the training and submitting the completion forms accurately. He takes his signing under penalty of perjury, doesn't have any meaning to him, it seems. He has a disregard of the minimal responsibilities to ensure the accuracy of his training and the accuracy of his submission to the board. And if he wants to rehabilitate himself, he can do so. He can come back to this board and seek approval. But this board has not been presented enough information to ensure that respondent is an appropriate partner in these apprenticeship programs, and his approval should be withdrawn.
All right, thank you, both counsel. The record's closed, the matter's submitted, and we are off the record. Mr. Larson, if we were here in person, the court reporter would have a court reporting form for you in case you wanted to order a copy of the transcript. But since we're not in person, OAH will send a copy to you. Given the hour, I'll probably be more likely tomorrow morning. And I wanted to just double check as a former shorthand. I saw your firm on the internet. So is that the contact information I should use for you?
I'm sorry, are you asking me if our internet website is correct contact information?
Yes. Is that the information I should use for you?
Yes, and it was attached to our emails sent this morning as well. So it's only
Very
one
good. That's
address.
right.
And I
Okay.
appreciate it, Your Honor. We'll watch for that email.
All right. Very good. So that concludes the hearing. And unless you have any questions, the board will adjourn into closed session shortly, and you're free to disconnect.
Thanks, everybody.
All right. Thank you.